And with that, I think we are ready to throw it over to legrandgrand. Take it away.
So busy.
Woo.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we've been waiting.
Perfect. So welcome to Baten Kaitos, Eternal Wings and the Lost Ocean, or Baten Kaitos 1. I'm going to be I'm legrandgrand. I'm going to be running the game.
And I'm GhostKumo. I'm just a big fan.
Of the game, maybe of me, I don't know.
I mean, we've known each other quite some time.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, in that moment, I meant Baten Kaitos, but hey, Knuckles.
So, yeah, sorry about that.
Don't leave me hanging.
So yeah, this game is fantastic, and we've been waiting to actually be able to showcase it at Marathon for quite a while, and this is going to be the first time it's ever going to be showcased in a live marathon.
Other than the time that they made a marathon
Yeah,
to
we'll
show
have
this
time
game. We'll talk about that.
But yeah, this game is great. It's not going to be the 100% that takes a long time. It's going to be 4 hours, really fast-paced, really, really cool. And yeah, let's just dive into it.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yep. By the way, we are cutting off the spirit name incentive here. So I believe the last I checked, it was still Baten.
Yeah. Fun, my bro.
Just refreshing. Yes, it will be Baten.
Yeah. So there are probably two very important names to know for the history of Baten Kaitos Eternal Wings Speedrun. In the Western community, it would be Baten, and in the East, it would be Hyphen.
Please.
Which both of those names, I believe, were in the options. So it was cool to see.
Yep. So the spirit is going to be the character that follows the hero group. It's basically going to be us. So I'm impersonating Baten right now. This is this is fine. But yeah, Baten has been a really good friend of mine ever since I started speedrunning Tales of Symphonia, like what, 7 or 8 years ago. So big shout out to him. I think we were playing like casual Tales of game co-op at his house at some point, and then before I left, he came to me and he was like, "Okay, take one of my copy of Baten Kaitos. You play it. Go enjoy it. You better play it." And so I played it. I loved it, and I did the run on the GameCube version then a little bit afterward. And the run was about like what, 14 hours and 50 minutes. Short run, right? But yeah, the Switch version came up with a lot of quality of life that allow us to skip cutscenes. Great, I skipped the trigger. That sometimes happens.
You can also turn off the encounter rate in this version, which saves literal hours.
Oh yeah.
You do not have a high overworld movement speed, and encounters can be real brutal, especially because we're playing at a higher speed and we have a harder time dodging them. Thankfully, the route works around the lack of EXP that you would get from battles. There are ways around it that we can still beat the game. So to introduce our main character and his friend here, so this is Kales. He is our protagonist. Note his one machine wing and one bizarre wing. He is known as a spiritor, which is a being that can communicate with the guardian spirit, a being from another dimension. This other girl here, this is Shella. He runs into her in the town of Severai, where we start off the game. We'll get into more about these two characters later, but we are in combat here, and combat is moving really fast because we're playing at a very high speed.
It's 300% speed compared to the normal game speed. If you're playing the game casually, you wouldn't play at this speed, but yeah.
Yeah, so this was one of the first deck builder RPGs ever made. Eat your heart out, Slay the Spire. But the idea here is that everything in this universe is a card, or a Magnus, as it's known in universe. The different types of Magnus you get, or Magnuses.
Nice.
I don't remember the plural exactly. So he just performed a glitch there. He just performed a glitch there. We can explain that. But everything you do in combat involves cards. Every card is an action. He has a certain number of cards in his deck. Once he runs out, you have to burn a turn to shuffle. And every card has numbers on them, ranging from 1 to 9. 9s are very rare. We'll get into those much later. But when you use cards in battle, you can use them for offense or defense, and you can chain them together. If you use multiple cards with the same number, you get like a little bonus, and if you use them in a sequential order, you get a bonus for any cards that are in the sequence.
I'm waiting for the autosave to proc, and now we can do this. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Add this. Remove this. And now we are going to reload the save.
Yeah, so you can see at their decks, Callus has a lot of cards that are like blank white. That means they're neutral affinity. And Shella has a lot of cards that are colors. There are 6 elements in this game: fire, water, Chronos, wind, light, and dark. They're set off in pairs so that if you ever use fire and water in the same combo, they kind of offset each other a little bit, and you do reduce damage. Same with Chronos and wind, same with light and dark. Most enemies in this game have some amount of weakness. Have some amount of weakness to some of them. There's actually a lot of inspiration. I think they might have actually gotten the idea from Chrono Cross, because a lot of the people who worked on Chrono Cross went on to work for Monolith Soft. In fact, this game's scenario is written by Masato Kato, the writer for Chrono Cross, and the visual director, which is probably the MVP of the game here, is Yasuyuki Hane, who now works for Monolith Soft as somebody who does all sorts of visual stuff, and partially responsible for why Xenoblade games are known to be so pretty. Anyways, this is a boss fight. I've been just kind of rambling about the game here.
We're going to chain a lot of boss fights because we're not doing any random encounters. Our areas are really small because, like, most of the time, casually, you'd spend a lot of time fighting random encounters. So we're really going to chain bosses most of the time.
Yeah, this run effectively becomes a boss rush when you turn encounter rate off.
Which is pretty nice, because we're going to see a lot of bosses, and that was the Lord of the Springs killed really fast. So the glitch I did at the start, well, before the boss, it allowed me to actually... So after the first boss, I managed to dupe the loot that I would give, which was Blue Storm, a Constellation, and a Fireburst, level 1. So I got 2 of them. And from there, I was able to do a little manipulation that allowed me to duplicate some Magnus on other Magnus. Specifically, I got a second camera and a second Dance of Light finisher on Shella, which is pretty neat.
So this is Callus going over his motivations. So he comes from a place on a different continent, and his grandfather, Georg, and brother, Fee, were both killed before the events of this game. Callus is a very selfish, kind of almost hard-to-like kind of guy for a lot of the game. And the reason, like, he's very much a single-minded, focused guy on trying to get his revenge on Giacomo, the person who killed killed pretty much his entire family and razed his town, and setting it ablaze.
Tutorial, that was fun. So, as you can see, there is some cutscenes that I can skip, some I cannot. This one is one of them. And I'm taking about 20 seconds to finish this tutorial. It's completely optional, but that gives me a Crystal Dagger, which is one more offensive Magus that I'm going to be able to use on Callus, because Callus can use swords, Shella can use spells, and I just got explosives. And we are now going to church.
So the church is incredibly important in this game. Any of these blue flowers will take you to this place. This game calls it the church. Origins calls it the Endmost Bethel. The church is super important because it is where you go to level up. You can collect EXP and store it, but you cannot actually cash those levels in until you go to the church. A little bit of a controversial game design decision, but it is what it is, and we route around trips to the church fairly often. So he kind of levels up in like waves, but also what you can do at the church is class up, which means that you can, as your class rank goes up, you can use more cards in your deck, and you have a larger hand, as well as you can chain together more cards, which means you're going to do more damage and do bigger combos. This NPC here you can also exchange Constellation Magnus for. and get like rewards. So we're gonna be picking up a few constellation Magnus. The game name Baten Kaitos actually is another name for a constellation in the sky called Zeta Ceti, which, if you know anything about Ceti and Latin, what a cetacean is, this game is very heavily about whales. So that's why we have our good friend here, Bob.
Just out to Bob. So as the explosive were to destroy those rocks, so we can get some quest items throughout the game to actually interact with the world map and do some side quests or some main quest. And so we have a few magnets on the stick right there that we can go through and use whenever we need.
Did you remember to start the quest for the shampoo?
Yep.
Okay.
I did.
All right, so to explain the shampoo very briefly, it is the essential item of this game's most infamous speedrun category, and perhaps the most infamous speedrun category in all of speedrunning, the 100% category of this game, which takes 336 hours to do, because Namco thought it would be funny.
Yeah, so the thing with the shampoo is that there was an ad back then in Japan for a shampoo. I can't remember the brand, and anyway, it doesn't really matter. That was saying that, hey, if you use this shampoo for 2 weeks, then you're going to have splendid hair. So what I thought would be funny was like, so like they've got a mechanic where magnets are going to evolve through time. So right now we've got green bananas. They're eventually going to evolve into bananas, and then blackened bananas that are going to have different effects. Yes. So the shampoo is eventually going to evolve in 2 weeks of game time into splendid hair, and that's the only way to get the splendid hair.
And as I believe you told me in the practice room, even though we are playing on 300% time speed, it does not make that go any faster. So you can't make this like 110 hours in this version.
Nope.
So he's turning the encounter rate off here and actually fighting a boss on the overworld that he needs to fight.
So this boss is used to be one of the scary ones. Because I got the dupe early on, it's not going to be that scary, even though I'm only level 2 and you would like to be 1 level higher than this. So because it's a 1v1 and it hits pretty hard, and we don't really have that much attacking power to deal with it. We're still like really weak in terms of HP and everything. Yeah, I'm going to heal right now. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's better. So this is a spirit finisher. It has a random chance to happen every time I'm on this final Magnus to select, and it's going to be a finisher that's going to deal damage based on your class level, and it's pretty much always going to be one of your strongest attack finisher.
Yeah, so there they've both run out of. They both have had fewer cards in the deck than they fit into their hands, so that causes a shuffle.
Nice. Okay, I got the dupe again.
Nice.
So that dupes 2 white light burst. That got me 2 light burst and 2 dual blade instead of 1 of each. The problem is if I do that, I'm not getting a picture. And I don't know if we mentioned it, but pictures are the way you make money in this game.
Yeah, so he has a Magnus. It's a camera for battle. Camera has a few different things. You can chain it, put it in your chain, and it will enhance your damage, which is kind of funny. But the main purpose of it is to take pictures. Selling pictures to shopkeepers is the main way to make money in this game. Everything else makes an absolute pittance, and I don't believe enemies drop money in this game.
No, they don't. Your only way to make money is to take pictures of enemies. So that's why I was really happy to do a second camera on Kalas, because if you know deck management, like if I bottom deck the camera, then it would be shuffled back in my deck, so I wouldn't be able to take a picture as easily. So having a second one makes for a great quality of life, and also allow me to pretty much guarantee that I'm going to get a camera on every boss fight that is not going to take less than 2 rounds.
Yeah, so the general story here is we were teaming up with Shella for a while, and then after we fought the boss, she was taken in by GhostKumo onto his airship, and so now we're trying to basically get her back from this mansion here, basically. The funny thing is you can actually choose to reject trying to save her, but like you're forced into it anyway.
Oh, So this guy right here is Aljimo, finishing his quest is for the shampoo pickup.
So we can go back and get that at any time if y'all are interested in meeting that. It is
Well-
a bit of a novelty incentive. Well, I mean, not any time, but
Yeah.
since we haven't had it met before the run, you can get your donations in for that. Mostly this is for the meme, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, the shampoo is kind of just a silly thing.
Yeah, I think it does like a chance to remove some status item, which is a really bad thing for Magnus. You kind of want either defense or actual heal or attack for Magnus.
Or even a camera would be more useful.
Yeah. So it's time to level up before one of the hardest boss fights of the run, who is going to be GhostKumo.
Yeah, so GhostKumo is a recurring boss fight in both games, actually. The prequel, Baten Kaitos 2, takes place like 17 years before the events of this game, I want to say.
You know that better than me. I haven't played BK1, BK2, sorry. It's the middle of the menu, it's hard to
Try to avoid
try
to avoid spoilers because it is a prequel, so but I will reference it here and there.
Do we have any time for some donations?
Maybe not right now, but after this boss, yes.
Sure, no problem.
So yeah, this is a very difficult boss fight. He is interested in
Not dying.
not dying. Yeah, so he doesn't have a lot to work with, and the problem with GhostKumo is his speed is a very janky stat. He can get like multiple actions in a turn, and it's real awful. Also, the music here is a banger.
It's Modoi Sagaraba still.
Yes. What we haven't touched on here is a lot of cards can actually be used for both offense and defense. It burns through your deck quicker, but it reduces the damage you take by a fairly substantial amount. There are also cards intended specifically for defensive purposes. Those aren't super optimal because they take up space in the deck.
As an
Unfortunate.
input.
Accidentally used a healing item in an attack combo. There are times where that can benefit you, but this
Not
is way
here.
too early in the game for that.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes there is going to be some spike, lag spike, and I just hit that. I was obviously trying to go for the attacking Magnus. Thankfully, that wasn't a big of a heal. It was only healing for 45, so 45. So I was only going to deal like 30 damage. So here is Fire and Dark, so I kind of want to burn through my Fire and Dark card if I have the opportunity to try and get defensive cards on Shella, because she cannot defend with her burst attacks, which means that she's pretty frail compared to Callas, who can use his swords.
You may have noticed the voice language of this game is Japanese. They only put out the Japanese voice track for these games on the HD collection. This game's English dub is kind of infamous. Oh my god. Feeling good.
It's not my fault, it's Sakuraba.
Yes, it is.
And it's great, it's a banger.
Yes, it's a great theme. Yeah, composed by Motoi Sakuraba, famous for Golden
I
Sun,
might die, by the way.
Dark Souls, and Tales of Ripshella.
Yeah, as I said, I might die because I don't have much HP on Callas, and he's about to take a beating. We'll see. I think he gets 2 turns in a row right now. Oh no, he shuffles. Nice. I'll go for that then. Yellow. Still one more hit to go. I really need to defend right now, even though that's like cards that I would like to use. I'm scared. Yeah, 48 HP still. I'm going to heal next turn if I have the opportunity. Okay, that's good. That's good armor to get. Please don't attack again, thank you. Let's take a picture of myself. Say cheeseburger.
Say cheeseburger.
So yeah, I just healed for like 130. Oh my.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just going to do that. I might die still. Because now it's shuffle time.
Well, Persona isn't until Thursday. Wow. Wow.
6, 7, 5. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't work. Yeah. But that should kill. Woo!
Wow.
How much XP you had?
1.
Oh!
You had exactly 1.
Nice, nice healing management.
First try. So unfortunately, Shella doesn't get the majority of the EXP. But yeah.
Yeah, she only gets
out of there-
20%.
Just getting out of there alive is an accomplishment.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed that. Like, I'm pretty likely to have one character die just because I don't have much healing items. I don't have much attacking power. I don't have much defense. It's just early game RPGs. And while we get to the second island and we enjoy the view of the second island, because it's going to be really great. Host, if you've got anything you want to mention, now is your time to shine.
Sure, we have a bunch of donations that have come in. We have a $40 donation from Baten that says, Go legrandgrand.
Thank you, Bafan.
We have a $10 donation from Mr. 96 Pop that says, Hey legrandgrand, I played this awesome game for the first time when the remaster came out, and your runs are fantastic. The game deserves more exposure, so thank you, RPG Limit Break, for choosing this run. legrandgrand has made a Legrand fan. Here's $10 for Best Girl Savina, I think.
Yep.
And we also have a $125 donation from Wolf that says, So if we get the shampoo, we can unlock the bonus incentive for 100%, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yes, just have it running for the rest of the marathon and then the entire week afterwards.
And more.
For good measure. Yep, so turning in some of the star fragment constellation Magni. So you can fill up this board with like 50 of them, and some of the rewards are really good, especially later on, but yeah.
Right now we're getting one more green banana, an Aqua Burst level 2, and a Fire Burst level 2, which is great because that's basically our main damage output right now. We have to talk to Citis, a weird-looking guy who definitely looked like designed to be a main character. Personal anime moment. And now we talk to the innkeeper, who tells us, yeah, you know, you can keep going. You'll need to. There's a flood going on, and we can go like, yeah, we'll try to fix the flood. You'll need a boat, and then there is a boat guy that is going to appear. That's called Gibari. Hi, Gibari. He's going to be our third party member.
Yeah, so we're in the kingdom of Diadem, or Diadem. I believe they say Diadem in the English dub, but I don't know if that's how that word is pronounced. That's the name of a thing you wear around your neck. But this whole area's kind of theme is clouds. There's all these like cloud vents and just like there's a river in the clouds nearby that you walk on. The scenery in this game is just absurd. And for any one of you who have played Xenoblade 2, not only is this another Monolith soft game, so there's some inspiration there, but some of the concepts here are shared with that game. That we live in this world where almost everything is surrounded by clouds, and you're on a bunch of these floating island continents.
Why do you want to move this?
So he's tinkering with his deck here. Something that is important to note here is you see some cards actually have multiple numbers on them. As we go on through the game, cards will start having multiple different numbers on them, and you select the numbers with the right C-stick. At least on the GameCube version, whatever you want to call it on the Pro Controller or Joy-Cons, the right joystick.
Yep. And there's a little bit... So I'm playing on a lower version than the one that's currently on the eShop, which means that I cannot actually use the numbers that you would expect. Like, you would expect me to go top right in order to select my numbers right now. I cannot do that because I kind of messed up when they first released the game, and it doesn't work. That's a kill. That's definitely overkill, but we go for it. So if I want to input top right now, I need to input right on my controller, which is something that you need to get used to. Because otherwise you don't know if it's going to be top right or if it's going to be registered as top, which is going to definitely mess up your combos more than once.
So to kind of give a little bit of a rundown of Gibari's combat, he attacks. He is a fisherman. He attacks with a paddle. I think that's awesome. Notably, the only two elements you really see for the vast majority of his cards are wind and water. So you can pretty much count on him for that kind of damage. Every character tends to have like a specialty. Kalas, for many reasons, has Dark as his like main one.
And Sheila has a little bit of everything because she's a mage.
Yes.
Get
Her only
that.
like neutrals are specials, ironically enough.
No, that's only for Mizuti. She only has... That might kill. They have 130 HP. Yeah, no.
So these encounters are forced, even though we have the encounter rate set to 0. Gibari was just hit by Sleep. Sleep is really annoying in this game because if it's like it gets to your turn and you're asleep, it's a problem. But if like an enemy attacks you while you're asleep, it does wake you up, but you can't input defensive cards on that turn.
Wrong order. So like it's really hard to actually get combos going at this point of the game. My hand is way too small to actually do anything, and I don't have that many numbers on my cards. So right now I'm just trying to use my best offensive cards and then going from there. Okay. And now we are onto the boss. I'm going to heal just a tiny bit, just to make it more safe. Should be fine because this boss is much more of a pushover than the previous one because we've got one more character. Also a much better deck. So this guy is weak to dark and fire. So 777.
Nice.
7-6. Unfortunate. There was a fight right after. Sad. So the shortcut that I have on Gibari is also going to, whenever I use it, it's going to increase the attack by 20 of one of the character that is going to be used on, whether it's an attack or defense, which is pretty cool. It isn't going to actually help you deal with damage. It's really just, hey, I'm taking damage, but I'm going to buff my attack for it. I forgot to remove the voice. Oops. It's fine. So voices are going to give you a little bit of extra damage whenever you use them. It's going to be like, this one I think it's like 2% extra damage, which is basically like 0 at this point.
Yeah, they're kind of mainly for numbers, but they are a taunt that makes your enemy angry, which is kind of funny. Not all you got.
So that's Wind and Chrono together. So you can tell by the color of the cards which element they are. Wind is going to be light blue, Chrono is going to be green, fire is, well, you guessed it, red, water is blue, dark blue, and then light and dark, pretty self-explanatory. Let's try to go for something. Nope.
Yeah, so even if he's just throwing cards out there, he wants to avoid accidentally using white and black or green and teal together. And that's the boss. Nice. Ah, you got the dupe.
No, that was just a camera drop.
Oh, never mind.
It basically is like, hey, you confirm for the camera, and then you get the drop.
So what is the cue that you use for the dupe? Is it just you hear the sound effect?
I mash hard, and then I hope to hear the dupe happen.
Gotcha.
I think it has something to do like, hey, if you mash hard enough, you're going to input the confirm button twice before it before the screens fade out.
Yeah, so
something stupid like that.
it is worth noting that like the inconsistent nature of it means that getting a dupe is more of a like benefit than a like. Are there any points in the run? Because from what I understand when we talked in the practice, this wasn't the case. But are there any points in the run where if you don't get the dupe, like the run would be over and you'd have to like retry the fight?
Yes, it's going to be the interdimensional passage in Mira because the dupe overwriting after that is pretty damn good. It's really polarizing for the rest of the run. It would still be possible to finish the run without it. Well, I did it before. I actually routed that in, but it will be much slower. Also, the glitch is cool, so I definitely want to showcase it here.
Yeah, so most of the dupes are not like run ending if he doesn't get them, but like they are beneficial.
Yeah, the first one, for example, I would reset in PB attempt because it's just very convenient to get one more finisher and one more camera, but I don't really need that per se. It's just really nice to have a second camera, really. Like when we're doing practice in the practice room, I actually messed up the dupe overriding, so I just played like I didn't get it, and well, the run went fine-ish. It wasn't that great of a start, but you know, we kept it going.
Given the card-based nature of this game, luck is an inevitability in Baten Kaitos.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to be trying to mitigate that luck and just going around your option. So it's really not going to, like, getting more Magnus or less Magnus is just going to improve your consistency more than anything else. And also maybe improve the time that you're gonna get, but you're still going to be able to finish the fight if you've got a subpar deck, as long as you play well. Because the game is also a lot about execution. We explained a little bit combos, we explained elemental problems. You can also have like different strategies and stuff. There's a lot going on in this game, and it takes quite a bit to actually get good at the game. Now I was able to sell Giacomo's photo. I can actually buy at the shop, and we can keep going. So the shop gave me one more equipment for Callas, which was a platinum buckle. Wait, no, silver buckle. Platinum buckle is later. And equipments are going to basically give you a little bit more stats and resistance to ailments. So right now the one that I picked up just give me extra attack. That's basically the one stat that you want to max out. As well as agility, potentially. But that doesn't really matter for a longish fight, which is basically all that we're going to do here. Considering there's pretty much only boss fights that we're going to do.
So here he's picking up some Cloud Essence because everything in this game is a card, including how you solve puzzles. And then he's going to use that to create bridges and whatnot. Something we haven't touched on too much. So in the original version of this game, when you took pictures, it was rare you would actually be able to get like a good quality picture. There's a whole bunch of, you know, nonsense behind that. But thankfully in this version, it is a lot easier to get a good quality picture. And better quality pictures sell for more money. So the route in here is definitely more favorable money-wise than the GameCube version was.
I need one more card.
Yeah, just one of the many things that brings the time down of this version to, I believe your PB is 439.
Yep.
The record, I want to say, on GameCube was about 950 something by Hyphen.
And that's with heavy glitching that allowed you to basically like one-shot bosses. So like a glitchless run would be, which is closer to what this run is about, would be around 12 hours, I think, for the GameCube version. Say cheeseburger. 6-5, nothing. So I got class up on Chala and Callas, so that means that they can now use one more combo stage. So they're at 4, which is a lot more convenient to actually try and figure out combos. So right now I should be able to try and go for it if I have the chance. This boss only attacks every 2 turns, otherwise it's going to boost his attack. He hits like a truck. And also now, because it's also 300% speed, it gets actually a little bit difficult to actually menu properly in between your Magnus, because if you don't input Magnus during a combo sequence, that's a nice combo, then the combo just stops. So you have to input your next item in the middle of the combo of a character. That wasn't easy to pick up. Yeah. Which is fine for Chala because her animations are kind of slow, but Callas is pretty fast. Well, fast.
Yeah, we get a party member later who has like really infamously fast animations, and it's part of why we don't actually use that character. There are other reasons, but not having to worry about that is kind of part of it.
Well, it's Savina actually, and that's the incentive for the fourth character member between Lune, which we saw a tiny bit earlier, and Savina, who is going to come a little later. And that's it. That's the boss. Nice.
Nice. I remember he gave you a lot of trouble in practice.
Yeah,
so.
Generally, like, this boss is going to kill one character if it targets one character twice. It didn't do that here, because this boss I can two-shot every character, and it's, I don't have enough healing items to make up for that. So I just tank the death usually, and well, if there's a second character that dies, well, that's a problem. Because I don't have any way to revive outside inside battles right now. It's going to come way later, unfortunately.
Yeah, so to give us a little bit of a rundown of the plot of what's going on here. So Gibari is friends with King Laticon, the king of this continent, and there's a whole military invasion by the Empire of Alfard, who are, coming in to, they're currently raising the castle and trying to kill basically everyone here. Liud is actually confronting, I believe, one of the other people in the army, where he's like, there must be some sort of mistake. Why are we fighting this? Because he clearly sees that there's something wrong with the actions of the Empire, and though he's serving them, he's, not necessarily in favor of what's going on. One thing that's nice here, by the way, is the level ups heal you back up to full, so he doesn't have to use his healing item, Magnus.
Yeah, I'm barely going to actually use them. I'll still pick some up because eventually I'll get to the end of them. But yeah, that's pretty neat. So I just got the class up for Gibari here. So now he's the same class as everyone else. Neat. And welcome to Castle Elnath, and this is going to introduce us to a little minigame that's going to be important because we are going to pick up our main defensive item for the rest of the run, which is going to be auras. If you want to, if you have time to explain that, just go ahead. Well,
he's doing a little mini game here. The options that he picks do matter. Those allow him to. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just going to reload that.
I'm gonna load his autosave.
That's fine. I accepted it bitterly. That was not the one that mattered, but it's fine. So you get a autosave every 10 seconds anytime you enter a new area. So. You can just, the run is never really gonna die. I'll always have an autosave ready to pop if I ever mess up. I could have actually just loaded a save instead of hard resetting. That was a little silly, but it's fine.
You panicked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have plenty of buffer in the estimate for stuff like that, and none of the bosses have killed him yet. So just imagine it like. That being a Depth Giacomo or something. Anyways, so to explain the minigame, he does have to pick the right options in order for his side to win, and he gets rewarded with Magnus auras. The aura cards are unique in that for their defensive properties are, once you've used at least one other defensive Magnus of the same element, the aura will immediately end your opponent's combo, and this is big on a lot of enemy attacks. We'll have combos of 4 or 5 or 6, and typically the last attack they do in their combo will be the most damaging. So if you can prevent that, that is, as they say, an ounce of prevention is,
so
is huge defensively, and allows him to put his deck with mostly offensive Magnus rather than having to put in defensive cards.
I never picked that up. Oops. Right here, I want to read that. Okay, and you get that. This is one of the few fights that I have to take here. While we clear this fight real quick, host, if you've got anything you want to mention, we've got a little bit of time.
Sure. We have a $25 donation from Will Gallant. We have a $25 donation from Bradley Saber that says, "Yay, Baten Kaitos! Yay, RPG Limit Break! Let's go!" Woohoo! We also have a $100 anonymous donation that says, "Love the event. Thank you for doing this." We have another $100 donation from Izala that says, it would be just splendid if we were to pick up the shampoo."
Yeah, I got something a little prepared for if and when we get that met. We do have another incentive, by the way, to run the final boss at 200%. You can manually adjust the speed, and at times Legrand is going to be actually lowering the speed just because he needs to focus and get these fights done efficiently rather than like as quickly as possible, where there's a lot more room for mistakes.
Yeah, because right now we don't really need to care for bonus extra damage on combos and do combos properly, but eventually we will. And the current speed at 300% is just too fast in order to actually do it. So eventually I'll drop down to 200%, and for the final boss, considering it's actually quite scary, I like to drop it to 100% just to make sure that I get through it. But I can definitely do it at 200% because I blanked the rest of the game at 200%. It's just that, like, you know, when you make the game twice faster than it is originally intended, it gets a lot harder, weirdly enough. And now I'm picking up knights just to finish clearing up the quest here.
So he's using the crest here to pick up some additional troops for his combat.
Yeah, there's 2 more fights to go through. Because of the way I did it, the second room was always going to have 2 senior knights. This is based on what you did in the first time you got some reinforcement. To allow me to clear those things really fast. Took the border, thank you. And yeah, we're coming up to the next boss. And we're also going to start equipping our auras, because now we don't care about any kind of neutral armor.
So you get, if you do it all right, you get 1 aura of every element, correct?
Yes. Which is the case right now. Just to make sure. Okay. Actually, not that. Get the grapes.
It's kind of hard to go through every individual thing that he does with his deck. Just know that most of the deck menus in this game involve picking cards that are going to be...
Check. Oh yes, HP. That's good.
There's going to be picking cards, usually that do more damage, as well as are just more potent in general. The other thing that influences the cards he puts in are the amount of numbers they have on them. Kind of one of the interesting little things, too, is that I believe you said that every card that you get in this game will have different numbers from playthrough to playthrough, for the most part.
Yep, so I can be like, okay, so I have this marvelous sword here. It's going to have a 6 and a 5, so it's always going to be guaranteed. So I need to adapt to my deck and, like, get used to my deck to actually know what numbers I'm going to have and what I'm going to lack and stuff. It's really not easy, especially in a category where you don't get to see your deck too often because, you know, I'm skipping most encounters. So Lude actually defects, and now he's part of our party. And he's a musician that can use trumpets in order to deal damage. Don't ask.
You can also use cornets, which, if you ask me, is a slightly better trumpet. Yeah, his whole thing is around music, despite him having basically a gun for a weapon. It's kind of weird.
Baten Kaitos moment.
Monolith went really ham on very strange ideas here. Honestly, strange ideas. Oops. I used the grade. Honestly, very strange ideas kind of ended up becoming their forte in some time. As we'll probably see at least a little bit of when we get to the next game in what appears to be our Monolith mini block of about 10 hours between Baten Kaitos and Xenos Saga 2.
Xenos Saga 2 is definitely a cool run. If you played through it casual, you might not have enjoyed it as much, but the speedrun is definitely really cool. Definitely recommend watching that. 4-4.
So he's got the rooster, which wakes him up from sleep, which is kind of funny as an idea.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3. Nice. So this other boss resists fire and dark, so it's kind of not that great to use fire and dark arts, but... Oh wait, that was defense. Offense, rather. So get a shuffle, get 1 more 2, that's great. 4, 5, 6, 300% moment right there. So the problem with Lude is he comes with a non-curated deck, so he's not really helping that as much as we would like, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? So I have one more combo stage on Gibari, but because I've got this finisher and this straight, I felt like it was better to go for it than not. Not always true. 8, 7, 6. No 5, but finisher is pretty good. I need to heal Kalas eventually. Yeah, he's one attack away from death.
Those bananas always throw me off because the like unripened bananas do damage. Bananas heal. Oh.
Unfortunately. I should have one for more, whatever. He should be pretty close to dead. Please tell me I've got the healing item. That's not the healing item, that's an attacking banana. I might die. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Boss is nearly dead anyway. As you can see, that was like 5 useless cards.
Yeah, so one of those cards there is an escape, which is supposed to run from battle. You don't need to worry about that when you can literally turn encounters off. So escape cards are actually not in the run anywhere.
Let's put it this tree. That's fine. Okay, so Kalas is dead. He doesn't get that much EXP. It's fine. I'll just... Like, EXP is an exponential curve in this game, so missing levels early on just means that you're going to miss levels. 1 or 2 levels for the start of the game, and then it's going to not be a problem anymore later on.
Yeah, you'll get them back.
Yep. So that was... now we've stopped the invasion of the Empire, so we are going to go and pick up the End Magnus of this island. I don't think we mentioned the End Magnus yet in the story, but basically that's what would allow us to resurrect the Dark God of Destruction. I think that's his title.
Yep, it is the
game.
So the Dark God of Destruction, Malpertio, is the name of the big threat that we are trying to avoid bringing back. There are 5 End Magnus separated across the different continents of the world, and bringing them back together and doing some stuff that gets explained in the story will bring back the Dark God of Destruction that effectively is the reason why the world is split up into floating continents in the first place.
So the wind, a lot of the winds here obviously resist wind quite a bit, minus 80% damage from any wind damage, but he's going to take 80% more damage of Chrono. Sadly, I don't have much Chrono. I think I have 2 cards on Chella. Namely.
Nice.
And so even though that was a 3-card combo, that still was pretty good damage. And she gets 2-shot by this guy. 1, 2, 3, maybe a 4? Or 4. Yeah.
I like the remix of the battle theme for this here. Because now it's played on a guitar instead of a violin. Yeah, Motoi Sakuraba, you know, what can you say? The guy has been composing for a very long time, and I actually would say that this is one of his better works, especially the string arrangements on a lot of these tunes are just really good. Although I don't really have to sell Legrand on talking about Motoi Sakuraba, given he also speedruns Golden Sun.
Oh yeah. Sakuraba, well, like my first big RPG was Golden Sun, and I fell in love with the game because of the soundtrack. For the most part, nice hand, Kalas. I still have my voice one on Gibari. Should get rid of it eventually. Okay, well, light and dark doesn't go well together, so we'll end the combo early. And Aura. Let's just use that. Kind of a shame to drop the finisher, but I need to have something to play. 2, 3. Oh, too bad. I should have used the other deck. Oh wait, I had the dark one, the Konhoke, that don't deal as much damage as I would have liked. It's fine. Again, we're playing extra fast, so I have a split second to actually have any kind of remote decisions to do, so I'm prone to make a lot of mistakes.
Especially when things start to get little bits of lag.
So right now, we can see in his animation that he's low because he's dozing down a bit. That means he only has 20% HP left, so he should die pretty quickly. The problem is that this boss, when he gets low, he starts to use all of his nasty attacks that can two-shot pretty much anyone's party. So this guy is pretty scary. It's mostly because we skip all of the random encounters and we're pretty under leveled. Otherwise, it'd be much more easier.
Yeah.
Like levels, I think I mentioned it on the practice room, not on stream, but they're not really here to help us deal more damage, but they are mostly here for survival. Because, well, damage is mostly because of class and combos more than levels.
Yeah, you also do get equipment as well.
Yep.
So here we end up losing the end Magnus because Liu is a screw up.
Yeah, he drops it, and what's her name?
Ame?
Amy. Yeah, she arrives in Yonki. And now Liu is all sad because, you know, he kind of messed up pretty hard. But we're going to cheer him up, and he's going to be part of our party members. And because
not in our active party, at least not for this part of the run.
maybe if you donate for Liu, then you can cheer him up and make him join the front line for a bit. For the incentive for the fourth character. By the way, how is that incentive going?
So far, for the fourth companion, it's $55 for Savina to $40 for Liu.
And what about the other two incentives?
So I'm happy to announce that the 200% boss speed has been met.
Oh no.
And we're on our way to getting the shampoo bottle. We're at $508 of $750. So if you're a fan of great hair, keep getting those donations in.
So welcome to Anu Anue, which looks really good.
God, I love this theme.
And we're entering straight with the capital, Komamai. And before we do anything, we're going to do, well, first a little bit of shopping, but also a little bit of glitching after that. I don't have enough money. Shucks. So first I'm going to cash in my levels. And then, so it turns out in this place, you can actually... There's a little bit of lag because I suppose there's so many things to render, and you can actually, well, do the thing that I'm going to do right here, and that's specifically in this place that we're going to be able to do it. And it's going to allow us to set up for a glitch that we're going to use throughout the run. So you probably noticed that there's cutscenes that I can skip and cutscenes that I cannot skip. Well, okay, there we go.
So he just stores a text box here, and he's able to make a save, not on the flower.
Wait, that's not the first save file. And I'm doing it specifically at this spot because that's the spot of a cutscene. And so what happens when you load a save on a cutscene? When you save in the middle of a cutscene, well, the game actually allows you to pop a menu in the middle of the cutscene. And so, for example, this cutscene that I couldn't skip, if I load the save file and then reload my main save file, I can actually skip this cutscene entirely, which is pretty cool. The thing is, it takes 10 seconds to actually set up, and anytime I'm going to enter a cutscene that I would normally be able to skip, the glitch is going to be cancelled. So we cannot use it everywhere and anywhere. There's still going to be some cutscenes that we unfortunately will not be able to skip. But that's still going to save about 10 minutes throughout the run.
Yeah, he can just basically, whenever there's a cutscene that the game doesn't let him skip and he wants to skip it, a lot of them he can just freely pop this save that he's, you know, banked away and just skip the unskippable, basically.
Which is weird because the game handles that pretty well whenever that happens. So, like, I don't know why these cutscenes aren't unskippable, but What am I to ask?
There might be like some sort of thing that like they encountered in testing that made them say they didn't want it to, and then just by chance with the glitch, that maybe it like maybe something to do with the particular cutscene that you are skipping.
Maybe.
Wouldn't know. Programming is very weird.
All I know is that I can skip cutscenes that shouldn't be skippable, and that works fine. So we're meeting with the queen here, who was actually meeting with the emperor of Alphard, Gelderblame, who's a bad guy.
Yeah, so this whole region is basically like politically neutral in the world. And the queen doesn't really, she wants what's best, but she also doesn't particularly want to pick sides. And of course, that is not going to work out very well because the empire is very evil. Or at least ruled by a very evil man.
Alright, and now, like, we're kind of trying to figure out where the End Magnus of this island is. So in order to do that, we're going to go to the Ancient Library of Magic, which should have this information. And as an Ancient Library of Magic, it's full with stone base. And spooky music. So while we go through this place, I'm actually going to set up the glitch right now. So I got an autosave, which I'm going to use to load my save file. As you're going to see, I can open the menu like that. It makes some things wacky if you do it a little late. And now I can skip any cutscene, including opening chests, which is not faster, but it's a possibility. And yeah, while we keep on clearing this, host, if you've got anything you want to mention, we've got about, like, what, 5 minutes, maybe?
Sure, we've got plenty of donations that have come in. We have a $25 donation from Weisel. We have a $20 donation from Bachan that says, "Good luck, Gran."
Yo, Baten.
And we have a $10 donation from Jim Bowden that says, "Excited to finally see this game run. Good luck." Then we have a $5 donation from Anonymous, a $10 donation from Anonymous, and then a $100 donation from Wells that says, 200% please. Well, Wells, I'm happy to let you know that we will be doing that.
Okay, okay, this is how you know it's too early. Is my brain thought, wait, 200%, but 100% is 2 weeks. Well, so are you trying to keep us here all year? I was like, oh, the battle, right? It's too early in the morning for this.
Yeah. Thankfully, I'm wide awake right now, but playing this game while not awake is really not a good idea because, you know, you've seen how fast game pace is. It's hard. Pushing libraries is hard too. Yeah, some unlucky. So there is some weird subpixel going on with this shelf, and sometimes you have to work it twice in order to make it work. Kind of silly, but
yeah. So he's picking up books. He's gonna put books in bookcases that need them, and that is going to be how he unlocks progress.
Yes, this is going to be the final room of this little dungeon that is really short because we're skipping all the random encounters, but casually you'd take, like, I don't know, 40 more minutes. Like, at this point, in the original game, just to give you a point of view of all that, we're actually just done with Gibari, GhostKumo, in the first island, and right now we're halfway, like, going through this.
Yeah, we're several more scenarios ahead.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of how good the quality of life is. And, okay. And now that unlocks the door. And we're going to steal Lutz Magnus for now because he's not the one that matters. Why do you still have your green banana? Okay. That. This. Where's the milk? There it is. Can get that back.
Also see at the top there, I believe, is the Yell Magnus, which are just kind of like elemental magnets that you can just use that in like Shella's case, it has a like quicker animation noticeably, especially on like normal speed. But yeah, they have their use, but they also have multiple numbers, which is also good.
So I just used permanent stat boosters on Kalas because he's our main damage dealer right now. He's one class higher than everyone else. And so Fall on here attacks really fast to the point where I'm going to try and use auras to stop him, but I will definitely fail because it's too fast for me. Also, Chaotic Trio music is back. Too slow. So yeah, it's fast. I still have my voice one on you. Two, three, 4, 5, no 6.
You had the 6, but it would have been detrimental because it would have healed the enemy. Probably for more than the bonus would have been worth.
Oh, definitely 4 more.
So at some point we're going to get to combos potential as high as 9 cards in a row, and getting a full combo of that is like an absolutely gargantuan power bonus. So it kind of scales logarithmically, where like each individual one increases by substantially more than like a 3 is like a 4 is substantially more than a 3, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so right now we're getting to a point where like actually getting a straight matters a lot, but I'm playing at a speed that doesn't really allow that.
He also doesn't have quite enough cards that like consistently pull off long chains. So if you get them, they're nice, but you gotta make moves in them. Yeah. Also with Gallus. Burned, paralyzed, and fainted.
That was bound to happen considering how slow the fight was. Should be pretty close to dead though. Finally got to use an aura. Thankfully, because Shella is getting really low. There you go. Kalas dying twice in a row is not optimal, but what can you do? And we were about to lose, but we're saved by someone. And that someone is Savina, and she told us to meet her at Opu because she could help us out.
Yeah, so the plea for the insistence on neutrality is causing many problems, but we are able to get an ally out of this. So, as mentioned earlier, Savina is like not particularly great for a few different reasons for like the main part of the speed run, and one of them also is just the fact that her attack combos get like really fast. Like they're the kind of thing that many players who played this game casually and used her like found her to be a little too fast on normal speed. So let alone 300 times or 300%.
Yeah.
By the way, screw this dungeon. Means nothing on this version, but for I played Origins when I was a teenager a very long time ago, and the boss in Origins of this area that shares its namesake, the Holo Holo bird of the Holo Holo jungle, is the Grand King of RPG jerk birds. Like, if there is one boss from either of the games that gathered infamy in the JRPG scene, it is that one, because it happens on the end of a disc change, because there's 2 discs both of the original games, which thankfully, because of this HD collection, we won't have to worry about. And yeah, a lot of people saved and they couldn't grind, and they got stuck on a really, really annoying boss fight that has like a very specific way to beat it.
And we just got through.
Yep, so a lot easier here, so...
And because it's a jungle, and remember, we're a spirit, we're not playing as Kalas. That's why we could barely see whatever was going on during all of this, because we're seeing from a little bit from afar, so the party was a little bit too far to actually see properly what was going on. So that was kind of the whole gimmick of the place. Otherwise, like, when you know the path, it's pretty fast to go through. And also, no random encounters make it much faster, obviously. Because otherwise, like, it takes, like, what, 15 minutes? And right there, we did it in 2 minutes. Not even that.
So here he's loading up this old save to set up for the skip any cutscene glitch. So, it's nice.
Getting versus, and we're going to visit the church. 4 levels, and also we're going to cash in our constellations, because we've been getting quite a few right now. I think we've got like 6 or something, and some of them are getting like really good, especially the Echoleos that I got in the Holo jungle. I think it gives me a bomb, which is going to be one of my best offensive items for quite a bit. And because of that, I can actually, because of the glitch, I can actually skip most of this guy dialogue. So if you remember what we did earlier when we had the cutscene going on, well, we are going to skip all of that. And also skipping the cutscene for all the reward. And this beautiful sound effects. For every item that I pick up, you can hear a blip. I'll have to heal at the shop eventually because Kalas is dead and he didn't get any XP. Which is kind of unfortunate, but be like that. And so right now we need to talk to this guy to give us, so he gives us Komomai cookies in order to keep progressing the story, which is why I got those seeds earlier. The second one is going to be useful for a little bit later.
I love the overworld theme of this game, just beautiful harp.
Again, Modo Sakura about its best. And so during this cutscene you can see that there's going to be a chest that is going to appear. And yeah, it's going to be a class level 4. I was about to say in Magnus.
Finisher Magnus?
Finisher Magnus, yeah. And so now we recruit Savina. And she's not going to be used for now. But maybe she's going to be used instead of loot, or the other way around. So how is that incentive going on?
We are still sitting at the same amounts. We have $55 for Savina and $40 for loot.
Yep. So there is a part where they will be options for the run. So this game has 6 playable characters. The last one really, unfortunately, is not someone we can add into it just on a basis of they use a very similar set of Magnus that Shella does, and so we kind of pilfer it and just give it to Shella.
Yeah, we'll see that later, because that's going to be the last party member that will recruit, and it's going to be on the next island, as one would expect. So this is a Celestial Tree. At this point, we're very under level and they're under-equipped. So it's going to be a little painful to get through it. Because on top of that, there's going to be some random encounters that are not random that I'm going to be forced to fight. Too specifically. And now Savina give me all of that. I still want this camera, thank you.
Make sure if you haven't, get the voice off of Gibari.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I do get this voice though. I have 1 extra slot. Whatever.
So something to note is this game generally forces you to use basically the entirety of your deck, because if you don't, they just put it in pass cards, which are like exactly what they say. This is how the game kind of, makes you use all the cards. in theory, an optimal deck would be extremely small because you'd just be able to get like the perfect combo every time. But they have preventative measures around that to force you to like play in the systems. Origins doesn't quite have that kind of stuff, so that game has a very streamlined deck system in the speedrun.
And I want to remove this. Get the curry. And also, most importantly, one of the equipment that I got earlier, which is the Ice Crystal Buckle, giving me plus 42 attack. Very damn good. So Kalas is once again going to be my powerhouse, even though Shella is going to be class 5 as well because of this massive attack boost. That probably is going to kill because that's strong Magnus's. No, it's on. And that should be enough. So these guys are pretty tanky.
Yeah, side effect of us not having leveled is even the encounters can be some trouble.
I like Spike. So that was going to be hard to actually get. It's pretty nice that the guy is frozen. Is going to stay frozen for a little bit still. That doesn't kill. Sad. That should though.
Something worth noting is that there's a thing on the bottom left called the initial time. That is how much time you have to put before you have to put in your very first card. After that, it's subject to the attack animations, and that gets lower and lower as your rank goes up. To the point when you get your max rank, it's like 6 seconds at normal speed, so even quicker at 300 speed.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you want to go and drop down is because like you need to take some time to actually figure out what combo you want to go for. Ultimately, you would stick to maximum speed, but it's just too hard for a human to actually do that consistently.
Yeah, it'd be more of like a segmented speedrun kind of tech.
And even for a segmented speedrun, I don't even know if you could actually do it. 4, 5, 8, 7, 6, 5. Should be good enough.
Which, strange enough as it is to say, there's a segmented speedrun of Baten Kaitos Origins. It's like 6 hours. It's like one of the most impressive things I've seen. Is like I'm surprised people still do segmented speedruns.
Yeah, they're really not a thing that you would expect nowadays, but it's still very much respectable.
Yes.
That was a hot thing back in the days.
The Speed Demos archived era, back when I think the run for this was like, I don't know if they had a run for this on Speed
I don't
Demos
think so.
The run on Origins was like I think barely under 8 hours, and yeah. And what's amazing is that like the runners from that era are still like around.
I didn't get any cool drop. Okay, so we're going to go with that. So I'm going to trigger this cutscene, get a save, load this save, and that is going to allow me to actually skip the intro and the outro of the boss. So we're going to dive right away into it. And this boss is probably the most difficult of the run.
Yeah, so something we haven't really touched on too much. The way the combat system of this game works, all attacks from both sides are only able to target one target. So all attacks he has to focus on the center enemy here. He can't really focus on the little tentacles on the side, and they get several additional attacks. It is kind of a double-edged sword. It does mean that bosses will only like single-handed target one single opponent, but when bosses have multiple targets, then they can just all like gang up on somebody or just inflict nasty ailments, which this boss can do. Inflict paralyze and sleep, which both really stink.
And also hits like a truck. 2, 3, follow up. Unfortunate. That's still going to be some good damage because he's weak to dark and fire, and that's a lot of good elements right there. And very, very good damage. I'll need to heal Kalas eventually, though, to quite a bit. Put to sleep. Please attack Bari. No, thank you. Okay, that was a quick attack, but still, I am low. Cool. If Kalas dies this early in the fight, then it's probably over. Thank you for waking up Gibari. Shoot. I was about to kill him too. I'll keep on trying because I think it's pretty low. And I've got good defense on everyone else. As long as there is no sap of healing, it will be somewhat okay. I'm gonna have to heal Kibari here. And I'll do that with Kibari.
It's also worth noting that on 300%, like, this fight lags a lot.
So the game is not nice with high speed. I tried to heal and it didn't work because this game is funny sometimes. Maybe that kills? No. And that's a heal. Okay, that's over. I'm just going to let her.
Thankfully, if you take a death, you have a try again button. And you can even edit your deck if you need to.
7, 6, 5, 4. I have one more combo sage, but this combo is pretty damn good.
Yeah, the lag here is really
yeah.
It makes inputs hard.
But I also kind of like it because that means I can stay at 300%. If there wasn't no lag, I would go down to 200% for this fight specifically. Because I need to make sure to actually manage to hit my combos properly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very strong swords, and again that's finished with a good finisher, so it's fine if I drop the final hit. 430 damage is pretty good. It's not bad. I'll definitely heal Kalas next turn. I input that.
I saw it. It just stayed as input.
Those tentacles are jerks. Gibari is alive though. Yeah, he's just low now. I do want to heal you though. Again? There we go.
It's kind of an interesting system this game has where you like actually stack healing items on a turn.
Bunch of cameras, really good combo right there. Still pretty good damage because of Kala's equipment. And I think it's dead, yeah. Not much I could do there. It's fine. Gibari isn't the most important one to fight. Those two are to actually get to. Might kill. Not quite. She should stay alive still. Yeah, should be barely alive. 29. I'll go for the kill. Because I think he's really close to dead right now. Aww. And she's dead. Ah, I should have went safe. I think that's another death. So right now I shuffle again. Thankfully, enemy also shuffles.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's death. Unless he stops doing that. Please. Again, as I said, this boss is pretty tough. 7, 6, 5, 4.
Getting the like really good early combos is not working out by the end.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. 1, 2. And right there's a glitch. Shala's voice line is the one that she should use.
How's this? How's this?
When she uses yells.
And then it does save a very small amount of time, amusingly enough, because the burst cards have very long voice lines.
The problem is that means that I have less time to actually input my stuff, which is my current problem with that. This is looking much better, not on Kalas but on everyone else. The Kalas is looking really low, thankfully for 6. Good damage. I didn't have time to go for the chrono. I don't think I did. Ah, Saba filling. It's really bad. Double Saba filling.
Wow.
Not nice. Game, not nice. One, 2, 3, maybe a 4? No 4.
I just got you there after that to tantalize you.
I think I'm getting to use my auras on this attempt. Fortunate that I have the 6, but should still be like pretty good.
more healing.
Thank you for the shuffle. There's a little bit of consolidation with this wind and chrono, but it's always good to use finishers for the most part, especially if you're not using too big of a base of wind. It's a good hand. I really need to heal Kalas right now, but I don't have anything to do it. So we'll just pray that it doesn't get targeted. Not just Kalas, I suppose. Nice! Woo! Stupid tree.
Get out of here. Yeah, that gave about as much the same amount of trouble
Nice,
as
I
it
got
did
the
in
dupe.
practice. And part of it too is with it being a laggy fight that has to slow down the speed.
I have a really shitty deck on everyone. Like at some point back when I was routing the game, I was considering putting in the Rooster on Kalas deck just to have one more spirit number. I'm not doing that anymore because I feel like I don't need it that much. But yeah, like this boss is just really long and annoying, especially when he's starting and using his Sap of Healing. We are not seeing the amount of heal that it's giving, but it's giving 500, and that's about a good combo of Kalas. So whenever I see like 1 or 2, it just means that like you lose a minute if you don't just straight out die.
So this whole scene's a little bit weird. Ironically, they say that getting the End Magnus was too easy because none of Gelderblame or Giacomo's looks showed up to try and take the End Magnus. So Liut says, "Well, it was easy because one of us is an Imperial spy," and then immediately points the gun literally at Savina, and then she's like, "What if I am?" Because he's like, he thinks he has reason to believe that she was in the Imperial Army at one point, or is in the Imperial Army. There we go. And then she's just like, "So what if I am?" And then decides to fight us.
Well, Kalas decides to fight us. He's like, "Oh, really? You're a traitor? It's time to die." What? But Kalas, let her explain. No, Kalas is not like that.
It's a little irrational when it comes to things that involve Giacomo.
A little bit. Wait, that can cancel damage too? Wow, okay, that's the first time I ever see damage being cancelled by this instance of the glitch that prevented me from killing earlier.
Is that our resident? That's never happened before. That's inevitable with a game like Baten Kaitos, where randomness is what it is, but able to cancel the combo with the aura there. Thankfully, later on in the run, we'll have things that are able to up the combat consistency by a pretty considerable amount, but for now, we just kind of are at the mercy of the draws.
Yes, this is basically like the lowest point compared to what the game expects us to be at.
Also, a sick boss.
I don't see any good combos here. We'll just go with 2-2-7. We can do it from there.
Yeah, so these sets of cards do still give little bonuses.
So she has no elemental resistance, which is nice. So that means that we can use whatever we want in order to deal damage. She's especially nice for Shella. 6, 7. Ah, no!
Aw, the over input. I have a bit of a silly question after this. Thankfully, if he were to lose this fight, which is much less likely than the last one.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's just kind of time waster. If he were to lose, though, he'd have the try again button. So we are clear past tree for good.
6.
So using the last of his cards to get the aura off to cancel the combo. Even if it wouldn't deal fatal damage, ending a combo soon, time save, easy.
Yeah. No 6. There we go. That's the end of the fight.
Nice.
Pretty simple, as you can see. Just have to be careful because her big combo that she can sometimes use can two-shot Shella as anything does still.
So she reveals she's not actually a spy. She only got into a fight with us because Callus jumped to conclusions, and she's kind of, takes no crap from nobody.
Yeah. So she's still in our party. And now that we've basically finished all of Anouinui for now. So it's time to check out the Queen and tell her, yeah, see, the Animagus, they really do exist, and the Empire is really trying to revive the God of Destruction Malparatio, because we just collected it, so we're just going to show it to her. And she decides to help us. As well as King Lalikan of Diadem stops with her neutral position. And right now we are getting some history about what Savina's backstory is.
Yeah, so she was, I guess, I don't know if that shows up now or later. She was at one point an Imperial soldier, but things happened.
And she lost her way, but then she found a witch that told her, go in Anouinui and wait for someone to show up. When you see them, just follow them. You'll know. She's like, okay, fine, I'll do that. And yeah, that's why she's following us now. She figured that we were her destiny that she's been waiting.
So I'm actually curious about something. If you were to take a picture of her in her boss fight, is that counted as a different Magnus from the picture from the selfie picture?
So the selfie picture, so if you take a picture of one of your characters, that's going to be a selfie picture. That's worth peanuts. But there's a rare occasion where you can get a rare shot of someone, and that's going to be worth a little bit more money. That's a picture that you get on Savina specifically.
They thought of everything.
On a next boss fight, it's not going to be a rare picture though. We'll get to talk about that when we get there.
So you might have heard me mention the immensely wild visual aesthetics of Yasuyuki Hane. This area here is the continent of Mira, and it is the epitome of just how wild the visual design in Baten Kaitos can be at its most out there.
Yeah, basically the artistic director probably was like, okay, so say this place, you can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, so we're gonna get shot down. I don't know how that works with a ship being piloted by a creature, but anyways, we're gonna be knocked into kind of the I don't know what you call this.
The Abyss Void.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're getting out of the interdimensional passage that allows us to get to Mira, because Mira is set a little bit in between universe.
In between dimensions. It's very trippy.
So right now it's accessible, sometimes it's really not. And setting up the cutscene glitch again to allow me to skip the waking everyone up cutscene. Saves like 2 or 3 seconds. Just because it takes that long to actually set up. And now we are going to meet a weird person called Mizuti. And they are going to tell us, hey, howdy, gentlemen. I'm here to help you out get out of here. And we're like, well, we've got nothing else to do, so show us the way.
Yeah, right now we're kind of stuck in the weird void between dimensions on our way to Mira, so...
That is fine. I've got nothing else. Oh, wait. I want to get rid of the milk because that's not very good anymore. And so here I'll want to do a glitch. Hopefully I do get it. That's going to be useful for later stuff. Also drop down to 200% for this section specifically.
Yes, there is a very important thing to get here that would be, that is A, a lost forever, and B, as mentioned earlier, an incredibly important item dupe. So now we're just full on near, just just a shooting mini game as we're following Mizuchi.
If you don't shoot down every enemies, you would, if you don't have the, no encounter, you would have to actually fight an encounter, but I don't have, it's not the case here, so it's fine. Very important that I get this Magnus specifically. That's the one I'll need for the glitch later on.
Yep. Yeah, and this is one of many Magnus that if you don't get, it's like a loss forever. Whoever designed the 100% of this game might be the biggest jerk in the history of game design.
I mean, they did create Splendid Hair, so...
Even beyond that, it's like the amount of things, that you can like miss and just lose forever is a lot.
Okay, nice. I got 3 dupes.
Nice.
So okay, so at the end of the place, you get Magnus, and since that's a loot screen, you can actually dupe them. This guy is the worst boss ever. I could have used the other water. I have time now that I'm down to 200% for this boss fight.
So us being in between dimensions, I believe you said this boss is a reference to another game by Monolith Soft.
Yes, it's called Gnosis, and if you know the next game that's coming up, this is a reference to Xenosaga. That was actually, I don't know if it was developed at the same time or not. So this guy resists every element down to 50%, except Dark, which resists to 100%, so that Dark card that I just used was really not going to do much.
Yeah, its only real purpose of my combo would be if you were able to make a combo out of it.
6, 6, 6. I had 1. That's it. You have to be really careful with Kali's voices because the end of their animation is really fast compared to the length of the voice line. Three, 4, 5. No 5. That's what I get for using my voice on the previous combo. That helped here. 4, 3. Not much. It's still like extremely hard to actually set up for combos because my deck is just this bad. Okay, I definitely need to heal Giba right now. Two. I could have used the extra camera on this combo, but camera doesn't actually deal any damage, so completely useless to do that.
Kind of showing Shella's high elemental affinity is, in fact, a bit of a double-edged sword when you run into bosses that just, don't really take much magic damage.
Yeah. But like, using another character would be a little bit too hard because, A, we've got a lot of Magnus on Shella and not too much on anyone else.
B, we also want levels on her.
Yeah, I suppose. Nice combo, Kalas. 7-6.
Thankfully, this boss doesn't hit super hard, so most of the problems come down to just losing time rather than like being in danger of dying. So very good.
All right. So we're done with the annoying bosses. Now it's time to have some fun.
Yeah. So now the continent of Mira is open up, and this place is a trip. The first area that we go to, I believe is Parnasse or Parnasse.
But first off, we're going to do some changes with our deck. I need those 3 bananas and that. And I want that. Okay. So I'm set up right now.
Yeah. So the whole place is like a candy land. This game, I will straight up say, has the best looking pre-rendered visuals, perhaps in the history of pre-rendered visuals.
I forgot to do something to do that.
Ah.
It's fine. So now that I'm going to have an autosave, notice how I got a bunch of green oaks. I got 4 right now, 2 in Gibar's deck and 2 in the trunk. Well, I got 2 here and 4 here. And we are going to keep doing that. Manip for a bit. So that's 2. As you can see right now, I have 3 and I have a lot more here.
Yeah, so he's effectively doing a series of inputs that allow him to duplicate his Magnus here, and the important thing about this is he's creating multiples of a very solid Magnus in general that does just decent damage, but because they're duplicates, that also means that they all have the same numbers on them, which means that Gibari's damage output is going to be very nice and very consistent for a huge chunk of the run as a result of this.
Still duping. Okay.
This whole thing reminds me of that mini game from Mario Party 4.
I want to save this Magnus. I don't know if they're going to be eaten up. Okay.
In case you're wondering how this glitch works, it is extremely complicated to like actually explain the code behind it, and I don't think even we really understand it in full.
We don't understand it yet, but Hyphen of the Japanese community has been working apparently with some other people in the Japanese community and actually figured it out like what, 2 days ago. So they haven't done the full explanation yet, but I'm expecting something really cool.
Yeah, Hyphen being a runner from Japan, so obviously having to translate something like that.
And also, like, it's really not easy to explain.
Yeah, there's a lot
Or
going on in the
understand.
code for
Fine.
what is generally fairly simple and consistent inputs. But yeah, he's just loading up with those cards with the 7 and 6 on them. I suppose it's kind of a nice pair of numbers. I mean, you're realistically just going to use one or the other, but his practice run was a 7-2, so.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expect on this card. I'm going to buy a lot of shish kebab just to make it safe. Alright. Time to speed this up a little bit. Okay. Going to do some manual saving right now because I need to be done by the next area. Okay.
Oh boy, this dungeon.
Yeah, I'll
Us.
really done.
I love the music here.
Yep. So before we load, so that should be our final deck change. After that, we should be good. And yeah, you can go ahead and explain what this place is all about.
So this area has like this whole continent has a bunch of gimmicks, and this area, this dungeon has a gimmick that is themed around Tower of Druaga, a game by Namco from 1984. It was like a very early dungeon crawlery type arcade game that influenced the Japanese role-playing genre like immensely. Like, you know, Zelda, Ys, Hide Light, all of like the really early players, a lot of them trace a lot of their elements back to Druaga. And as you mentioned, this game was kind of such that a lot, like it was one of like the earliest cases of like a game that was complicated enough that people had to like talk amongst each other to figure out how to beat it. There was a lot of like notebook taking, which was weird for an arcade, like kind of unusual for an arcade game. So he's got to deal with all the jellies here to actually be able to make progress. So that is why he's going to be fighting enemies here.
And also, as you can see, Kalas is at much as one more class compared to everyone else, which means he can use combo 6 attacks, which changes drastically the way you play the game compared to class 5. Also, you could see right there that Gibar's deck is absolutely absurd right now.
So there is a time limit on the Druaga screen. It's not just anything you really would need to worry about in the speedrun, but if you run out to 0, I think you get booted back to the entrance of the dungeon. Ordinarily in Druaga, I think it would just kill you because arcade games were really mean in 1984. But he's basically going around to different sections of the map using this the different parts of the dungeon so that he can access these jellies, and then eventually he's going to try and get the golden pickaxe Magnus, which he needs to break through to the, you know, progress through the dungeon.
And welcome to Gibari.
Yes, just use the same card, just do the same thing over and over again. I fear not the man who uses 10,000 combos one time. I fear the man who uses one combo 10,000 times.
That's pretty much it. Wait, I need to do things first. So, you know, I can keep to 300%. So now that we have Gibari being the powerhouse that he really wants to be, and also Kalas being class 5, we can go back to 300%. because like Gibari is going to deal an immense amount of damage to the point like everyone else not getting combos is not going to matter too much.
Yeah, so here you just draw on water magnets to load up the scales here, which is going to influence how objects on the first screen fall.
Water is heavier, so they fall down. Yeah, as we said, Mira is a place. I need to merge wheat first.
Mira is a place.
And one would say that it was a reference in Xenoblade X later on. That's probably not the case, but it does share the name of the planet. There we go. Would have been faster to not skip, whatever. Alright. We're nearly done here. Oh my god, please. I forgot to change. Oops. That's an oopsie moment. Check. So I forgot to do something before lowering the pool, the water. So while we do this thing again 2 more times, I don't think we've heard from our host for a bit. How are you doing over there?
Doing fantastic, and I have some donations that we can read. We have a $25 donation from Airplane, a $25 donation from Chaz ML. We have a $10 anonymous donation, a $25 donation from Gleason, and a $10 anonymous donation. And thank you all so much for that. And just a small update on the final or 4th party member incentive. Savannah has shot up ahead. Somebody is a big Savina fan, so it's now 80-40 in the favor of Savina.
I can understand that. Savina is MVP. She's the best.
I used her in my casual playthrough. I can concur. She is very, very good. Just hard to work with at 300% speed.
Yeah, it's one of those characters that you know is not really great, but you like playing with her.
Just fun to use.
She punches people.
Yes.
There's a 7 on that. Nice. I can get rid of that.
There's just something funny to me about the idea of one character just punching everything and the other just paddling everything with an oar.
And meanwhile, you've got the classic mage and sword fighter with Kalas and Shella. Definitely could have done something better with this, but I'll do. Oh no, Gibar is getting actually, please don't. Okay, Dark Sword is fine. That's going to give me a headache, which is just funny.
It doesn't actually change things up that much, given how the mechanics of the game work.
Yeah, actually remember that I cannot input corners because they're not coded correctly, so that actually doesn't change anything.
There is also a status effect that causes them to spin around, and we'll see that pretty late in the run.
Yep. 876.
86753.
I was missing something. There we go. We're back at the normal hand for Gibari. You can see the damage that he's outputting pretty consistently is pretty nuts compared to Kalas, who is 1 class higher, by the way. Ah! Too slow. Dead.
Nice. Yeah, Gibari is just kind of... Again, not only does he do really good damage, he does really consistent damage, which is huge for a game like this.
And Kalas potentially can do higher than that, but most of the time he's going to do lower because it's going like his deck quality is really subpar, unfortunately.
So in everything we've done here, we get accused. So we meet a girl here by the name of Melodia, who is very important to the story, and we're accused of basically kidnapping her, and then we're confined to this house as a prison. But because this place is made of candy, we literally eat our way out of the building.
And by we mean
Gibari.
Gibari, yeah. It's like everyone is like, oh wait, but like you got the idea, so you're going to do it. And
so here's a shopkeeper just highlighting how eccentric everything here is. So this place here, everything is made out of like papercraft and clay. It's every area in Myria looks radically different and just weird. I love it.
yeah, and so right now we're going to give some mirage weed to this guy so that he can enable us to continue the story.
It is actually named Mirage Weed. That is why we call it that.
there's nothing behind that. No, not at all. Anyway, we're done with this place. We just visited the witch that told her, yeah, you can go to the Shrine of Spirits.
Yeah, so this is actually he mentions this here. This was actually part of the beginning of the opening cutscene of the game, where Kalas even says this is where we met.
Yep, this was where we linked with Kalas because this place is being the Shrine of Spirit. It's pretty easy to actually find spirits here. Don't have anything interesting to put on you. So the next boss, which we're getting to, is going to resist light, which is kind of unusual. So that's why I'm not giving my light card to Shella. Shella having all the elements, she's the one that we kind of need to macro for every boss fight to have a deck that doesn't have as many elements as the boss resists. But also this boss is a pushover. Potentially it can be killed in two rounds. So 3 and 3. We'll see how this goes. Like the difficulty here is to actually get a photo, funnily enough. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I resisted the bar resist, that's good. Stupid voice line. Too slow. I've got no 3. I've got a 3.
Nice.
That was not that great because of some contradiction, but it's fine.
Yeah, the numbers in the chain eventually add up to being more than the detriment.
And that should be a kill.
Nice.
So yeah, really just to show that, like compared to the previous bosses that we did before Mira, like we got a huge damage spike that the game didn't really account for. So the bosses are a lot weaker than the way they should be. Important to say, I don't know where the End Magnus here is here because then otherwise it's going to be more text. So fun fact, so we did grab the End Magnus at Anu, and after the Shrine of Spirit, Kalas is like, wait, I've lost the End Magnus, oops. And so we try to figure out where it is.
He's like, I dropped it.
How do you drop an end Magnus? Well, I just did. And then people are like, there is probably an imposter among us that stole it.
Something we haven't actually mentioned up to this point. So the Guardian Spirit, every one of your dialogue choices has kind of like a resonance with Callus. And when you pick answers that like Callus agrees with, basically, it kind of improves your like affinity, and improving your affinity, I believe that like increases the chance of you getting a spirit finisher.
Yep, exactly.
So that's kind of like one of the main things that your dialogue choices matter for in this game. They don't really change like story stuff too much other than like the dialogue, but it can actually affect gameplay, which honestly, the Guardian Spirit is a really cool concept that I'm surprised I haven't seen more games do, because it allows the game to kind of break the fourth wall in a completely diegetic way.
Yeah. You just get to influence a bit your characters and be part of the story while being the player.
Also leads into some things that we'll get into not super far from now.
Yep. Like definitely the coolest part of this game story. I really enjoyed that. Please get through the door. So this place is Callus. It's a place where Callus lived before his grandpa was killed. And so now we're going to talk to a bunch of people to actually influence the plot. And they're like, "Oh, hey Callus, how are you doing? How's life? It's been a while." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's like why, you know, back at one of the previous towns, like one of the voice lines before we skipped, it was somebody who knew Callus, because this is sort of his home, basically.
And yeah, well, we did that. Well, turns out Melodia is coming back here because she was kidnapped, but we saved her in the Shrine of Spirits. And now she's back, and so we can keep advancing the story. So there's quite a few silly triggers like that in this game that kind of forces you to talk to everyone in town to actually advance the story. And that wasn't the only time they did that throughout the game. There were quite a few instances of that. So yeah, if you are playing through this game casually, just talk to everybody.
So we're coming up here on a dungeon that has a particular quality to it. So if you see anything weird on your screen, definitely blame tech. It is definitely their fault and not just something that I am saying this to... I'm busting their job. No, this is intended. This is how this place is. It is one of the trippiest effects. I have no idea how they got this to work on a GameCube, but it's sort of this weird, like, kaleidoscopic, shattered mirror kind of look. And because, you know, we are the Guardian Spirit looking in on this world, this area's kind of just disorienting nature leads to this really weird visual effect.
Thankfully, it's pretty short. So we won't have to deal with that too long. Oh, that's funny.
Do you need a micro USB cable?
Yes. I might need that. It's fine for now. Like, it can last for a bit, but we do need to address that eventually. Wait, this...
I don't think I have one on me. I can check with tech in a moment.
Yes, they probably should be able to help us with that. While we do all this, there's no numbers that I'm interested in here. That... oh wait, no, I do want that thing here. That... Shucks. And also I'm going to replace this and this.
Is it a micro USB or a micro USB-C?
Micro USB-C, I think.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, this whole place is just kind of like a shattered mirror. It calls it a labyrinth of mirrors, and this is where the end of Disc 1 would be in the GameCube version. Once we're done with this, there's actually quite a lot of cutscenes. which is kind of like the, intermission kind of chapter before, we switch to the second half of the game.
Stopping the stupid animation on Shella. So this boss can use auras actually, and they are not going to. They're going to use that extensively. Start the fight, which is a no. That light was wrong. So this boss is again a little bit of a pushover, the only problem being what I mentioned earlier. The auras.
Also, ideally would like to not get hit with status effects.
Yep. I blame lag. So right there, that's a fully glitched Shella that only uses the yellow sound, and as you can see, the animation is really fast. Don't ask why I'm using that. I just wanted to use that battle. 1, 2, 3. I really don't have any time to actually figure out what Shella combo could be right now because it's going so fast. I could have done something better. I had the 7. Well, it's probably close to dead anyway. Yep, there we go.
Nice. And here we have the final end, Magnus.
No, the final one is in Alfard.
Yes, the final one is in Alfard. The final one that we're getting before we, confront the Empire.
Yep. Though it is once again being stolen by GhostKumo.
Yes, because he is a jerk. So one of the first things we need to, so that's part of the impetus of why we go to the Empire in the first place, is to confront GhostKumo, who is, from there and we're returning to take him on.
And also, like, because it's Kala's goal, right, to kill GhostKumo. And so now so we were joined by Mizuti earlier, and we pilfered all of his deck, of their deck, to give it to Shella. So now she has her big power spike as well. So everyone has their spike, and it's time for one of the most iconic boss fight that every casual player remembers. Well, in a minute or two.
1 sec.
Actually, if you guys don't find the cable, I think I have one in my backpack. I thought about that being potentially a problem.
Do we have a sec for a quick donation?
Oh yeah, for sure. We're just going to go through a few cutscenes here.
Okay, we have a $25 donation from PX Mukaya that says, donating
PX.
as promised during my run. Good luck with the run, legrandgrand and GK, and get that shampoo for our hero Bafan. Speaking of the shampoo, we are currently sitting at $543 of $750, so we're on our way. Do you know how much time we have before we need to cut that off?
Pretty much till the end of the game.
Okay.
The Savina and Lude bid war is actually coming to an end fairly soon, like in about 30 minutes, I'd say.
Okay, just a quick update on that. Still sitting at $80 for Savina and $40 for Loot.
Actually, it's going to come up after the next big boss fight. You can close that then. thinking about my route a little bit, because the thing is, so far I haven't mentioned it too much, but I've been picking up Magnus for Lud and Savna, but on the next town I'll need to know exactly which one I'm picking, because that's going to be a big change that actually is going to impact me. So before anything, we're going to shop here. The thing. And yeah, we're on our way.
It's hard to leave inconspicuously.
You want... Let's remove that. Yeah, good.
Trying to make sure I didn't wear out my voice from karaoke last night. I've been drinking a lot of water, so excuse me for the awkward departure there.
All good, all good. I forgot to use the apple pie on Shella. That's the main reason I went to that menu.
Yes.
So apple pie slice actually gives you a bunch of EXP, which gives her one more level, which is going to be pretty good to actually survive the next boss fight. And this is going to be the last fight that we're going to do at 300%, because it's just a minion fight. It's not going to be the actual boss fight. So we are right now going to invade the Goldoba and actually try and confront Giacomo. But this time there is defensive measures. Could have done this combo better, but no worries, fine. This thing is probably going to die right there. Oh, no, it's not. Good enough. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Something worth noting about this particular area is that the game warns you that like you will be stuck here.
It doesn't work.
So they put one of the hardest fights here, but they thankfully like actually give you a warning of, hey, you should save, as opposed to the Hollow Bird of Origins, which does not give such a warning.
Just real quick, I'm not sure about the numbers anymore. Okay. 3291.
So is that the same? Is that the same every single time?
Yes. There we go. We open the door to the boss.
That saves a whole bunch of wandering around and trying to figure out the passwords.
Yeah, actually, in order to figure out the password, you need to defeat monsters on the way. So thankfully, we don't have to do that. Well, I say thankfully, but the problem is you're not getting some of the cool loots that you can get from those guys. Because they drew some really, really cool weapons. And for in this next section, I want battle speed to be down. And that's going to be that for the rest of the run.
So a lot of what makes this upcoming fight really difficult is the number of enemies and turns that they get. Because again, as I mentioned, all combat is done where all of your actions will target one opponent, all of your opponent's actions will target one character. So you'll never encounter a situation where your entire party will be hit with something. But if the enemy has a lot of characters, they can like tag team and like just all target the same person, which is really bad. Or they can just spread the damage around, and just you have a hard time keeping up with healing because you only have a few healing cards in the deck, which are we kind of have to have them there just because of how much damage we take, but they are ultimately detrimental to the damage that we want to deal, so we try to minimize them.
anytime you heal, you're not actually dealing damage too. So Chaotic Trio is going to fight off Giacomo, Fallon, and Amy at the same time. Giacomo attacked twice. I need to focus for this. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. It's going to be nice. 8, 7, 6, 5. Very good. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's unfortunate. That's going to deal like 1,000 damage.
Even though he's like offsetting with the fire and water there, it's still worth doing.
Yeah, so Giacomo still resists fire and dark, so does Fallon. Amy is resist dark. And other stuff. I need to focus. And Fallon is the one that's dealing most of the damage, but Giacomo is slow, so taking him down first.
That first combo of 6 consecutive did 800, even with the offsetting elements, which is still more than Yabari's 5 chain in a row.
Should be low. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. Some really good combos here.
And Giacomo's down to his final 20%, so...
I was supposed to heal with Shella. I kind of messed up. I thought I was healing with Gibari, but that's not true. So Shella is probably dead here. Okay, maybe not right now. I did... Too bad. I'll kill Giacomo first. Revive later. Ah. I really want to block that. Unfortunate. Because now that's Chaotic Ice, and that's going to freeze me, which is annoying. Because now I don't take down Giacomo when I should have on... so I'm going to have to... I'm going to revive Shella, and she'll do the finishing blow.
Yeah, just seeing, because Giacomo gets 2 turns, everyone else gets a turn. It's like they get 4 turns for every 3 turns that we have, which is just a lot to deal with. Yeah, thankfully we have the ability to revive characters now, so...
We're going to delay all of that a little bit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's enough. It's going to be too late. Oh wait, no, it was perfect. And that should be the end of Giacomo right there.
See, one of the few cards we have here that isn't wind or water element.
So now this is going to be a lot easier. Oh, oops. Well, that deals for only once, but so that's fine. And 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm getting some really, really good combos with Scalas right now.
Nice. Anytime your damage hits 4 digits in this part of the game is really, really nice.
Shuffle. And I think Gibar is dead. Which is a problem because he's the only one with a reliable revive. Oh no, he's at 14 HP. But he's dead to... he's dead to fire. And I have no way to heal that. I do have the Holy Grail, which has a 66% chance to revive at 1 HP on Chala, so that's what I'm going to try to get ASAP. I don't really need Gibar to finish the fight, but it'd be better if he was still alive for 0 XP.
If you haven't picked up on it, there is actually an interesting little tactic that you can do on defensive turns where you can just throw away cards. It's about the most effective way of saying, like, hey, I'm not going to need this card anytime soon, so I'm going to get rid of it. And then that allows him to cycle through his cards so that when his offensive turns come up, he has a better chance to have a hand that he can make a good combo out of, which matters more at this point in the game.
We want to kill Shala at this point. It'd be a shame that if she died, because I've got no way to heal or revive anyone with Gas. Gas is fully on the offensive. Alright, should kill. Maybe. She does release water and the combo should be good. Okay, she's still got a little bit of HP left. Very good, let's see a Holy Grail. Oh wait, no, I'm just going to pass turn. Just to revive. Ah, failed.
Unlucky.
Yep. But that's going to be a kill here. Okay, next attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to guarantee it.
Yeah.
Don't think I needed that, but there you go. Nice damage. Always feel good.
That fight has stalled many a playthrough over the years, so
It's
getting
never
it first try, even if it was
it's never
slow,
easy,
it
but
was still, yeah.
it's always a fight. Let's just put it that way. So once we leave this place, I actually need to know what the bid war is looking like. We're closing it after we exit the ship.
So we do have an escape sequence here. Because we can turn encounters off, it's not really much of a problem. You can get out easily, even with the fast forward on.
Okay, so what's the bid war looking like?
So, it looks like it will be Savannah.
Okay. Bye, Balut. We will forget about your instruments. Oh, oops. That was the wrong choice. I don't think it
Who
matters.
needs coordinates when you can punch things?
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So, right now we are... So, we are not going to use Savannah just yet. I just need... again, I just need to know which one I'm going to use for this shop coming up, because this shop has a lot of items that I can give to Savina. And if I'm not using Savina, then I don't want to spend all the money that I have on it. Because we are about to use an interesting glitch here, which was patched, unfortunately, on the newer version. It's still possible on this version, and we're going to use it. So as you can see right now, I've got 260, well, a lot of money. English is hard, sorry.
Don't worry, I've been speaking the language my whole life and it's still hard.
I think it's 2 million actually.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hard reset the game every time I exit this shop. What this is going to do is the game actually doesn't save the situation, because right now if I were to revisit the shop, the items shouldn't be there. They should take a little bit of time to reappear if they ever reappear. But that's not the case. If I do a hard reset and reload the save, the shop is actually going to be instantly refreshed. Which means that I can buy out this shop and spend all of my money that I've acquired for all this time and get a bunch of items. Like, as you could see, there was 5 really, really good magnets that I could pick up. 1 for Kalas, 1 for Gibari, 1 for Savina, and 2 for Shella.
So on the subject of incentives, about when's the cutoff for if we were to actually go back and get the shampoo?
We can do that whenever, so that's fine. How is that incentive going on, by the way?
It's like at 550, I think, on the tracker.
I don't know, I've not paid attention to the tracker, so...
It's just a little shy of that. We're sitting at $543 of the $750 needed to get great hair.
Yes. I got a haircut like a week ago. I do not have great hair.
I didn't get a haircut before going to opportunity break, just to have some hair to put on and shampoo on.
It would have been fun. You know, it would have been funny if we. Because I made the suggestion last minute. It would have been funny if we just put on a wig.
That would have been if I actually had gotten splendid hair, so waited 2 weeks for it. So I'm basically we're going to spend quite a lot of money here. You can also take the time to judge my Switch collection a bit, but.
While this is going on, do you mind if I step in for a sec?
Yeah, exactly.
We're about to go through a host change, actually. My time here is done. But don't worry, I'm giving it over to the one and only High Spirit, so you'll be in great hands. But appreciate your time. Good luck with the rest of the run, guys.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So it does take a little bit to reload the game every time, but it's definitely worth it to get a big boost again of our Magnus. Even Gibar really needed that, because the Green Oak, like, sure, it's good, but more Magnus would be great. On top of that, I kind of I didn't do as many Magnus as I would have liked in Mira, so I'm getting more useful card for him as well. Okay, we're gonna do that one more time, and then we're out. And because this is going to be the last time, we're actually going to load the save in Anuinu in order to do the cutscene glitch thingy that is going to allow us to skip cutscenes that I normally wouldn't be able to.
So kind of the context for the area that we're at is this is the village of Aja, and the village is actually the home to a mines where people mine this like ice crystal, and it's very important for the Empire's resources, but it is located in this place called the Lava Caves, which is exactly what it sounds like. So that's where we're headed next.
Yep. All right, that was our final shop sequence. I think I did like 5 total shop trips, which is pretty great. Pick up some green tea, really good heal. First part of the game. Sculpting knife because that's an extra attacking item, and this little Lepus constellation in this little secret passage.
Yeah, so here we're getting a little further into Savina's backstory of back in the time when she was actually in the military. A lot of stuff happened. The village was burned, and yeah, she kind of did some terrible things and has regretted it ever since, and has sworn against the Empire ever since.
Yeah, this whole thing started the redemption arc, kind of, and that's why she left to Anu after that. And so now, in order to enter the lava cave, we're going to talk to this engineer that's going to help us out, and there's going to be quite a few cutscenes going on, and lots of backtracking through the lava caves because why not? I'm going to pick up some lava here. They take 20 minutes to turn into hot rock. I'll need the hot rock later on. 20 minutes is going to take a while, so we're not going to be able to use that right away. So yeah, again, the cutscenes reset the cutscene glitch, so we're doing it again to skip a few more dialogues here, which is going to be pretty convenient.
I have to imagine testing that must have been a giant pain. It's like, is it worth it for like every single one of these cutscenes?
I just kind of timed it when I felt like maybe it could do something, and some I just felt like, it should be about the same. At worst, I may be losing a second, whatever, big deal. The glitch is cool anyway. But yeah, like, it took a bit. Thankfully, like, going through the game is pretty short because you've got the option to go for instant KO if you just want to get to a specific section of the game pretty fast.
So here what we're doing is turning the flame ice that's located within the lava caves into this like powder substance that you can use to effectively turn the like molten lava into stone that you can traverse. JRPG's not really respecting the law of thermodynamics very well.
I mean, we're
Tradition.
putting things into cards.
Yes.
It's fine.
You're already avoiding the law of conservation of matter. What more physics can we break?
Okay, so Kalas is going to undergo a drastic change in his setup. We don't need shadows anymore. That can go. I'm going to give him all of his swords back. Take out all the auras. I can do that. 2-7 now. 2 cameras and a few healing gun items. Yeah. You are.
Just say all of the ores.
I don't need that many healing items. Okay. And you are also going to see a change. From here. Yes, looks good. That goes in as well. Alright, I do want some way to take pictures. It's going to be on Gibari for now. And also get the green tea in. There's no 9 that I'm interested in, so I guess I'll just put in some loot cards. Okay.
So coming up here in the boss of the lava caves, skipping a lot of cutscenes and context here.
Cable.
What's up?
Do you have the cable? Set this up.
I have one right here.
Can plug it in on the Switch.
Is it USB-C?
I mean, I have one in my bag.
They gave me
somewhere.
one. They gave me one that's like really small. So this monstrosity here is Gelderblame, the Emperor, as he tries to use the corrupted, as he tries to use the corrupting power of the Magnus, the End Magnus. He can't really be contained. He turns into this just absolute ugly monster.
6. Oh yeah, that's definitely going to be too small. That's my... It's not going to help you out. I might have thought about putting it in,
If you
but
just,
I don't.
I think I got a solution here for you.
So okay, Gelderblame has one attack that can just straight up one shot, and he used that at the start of the fight.
Gibari.
Ah, okay, this is fine. 1, 2.
I may have left it in my room. Oh
4, 5, 6.
I think I left it in my room. Okay. Plan B.
If it's not here, then it's... Yeah, I don't see it right now.
That was an SP charger.
Yeah, I brought my
I may be able to run back to my room at some point, although probably not right now because this is kind of a very important part of the game.
Yeah, we'll have time.
Okay.
Like the charger, the battery on the Pro Controller is pretty long anyway.
Yeah, it'll just keep beeping at us.
Reminding us, hey, by the way, you should do something about this. I do need to revive Gibari eventually. This boss fight isn't too scary. The only problem is that you're mostly going to play with 2 characters for quite a bit of it. I still don't have a way to revive Gibari. 8, 7, 6, 8, whatever. Please give me my holy grail. There it is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every turn he heals up for like 100 HP. Big deal. Pretty much. And 66%.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, usually that works. It's fine. We don't really need Gibari.
It just makes things faster.
Yep.
And of course, we want the XP, of course.
I need to heal Callus. 5, 6, 7. Should be pretty close to dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Yep. All right.
So that was Gelderblame. But he cannot control his body, and then Melodia arrives and is like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you kind of messed up, bro."
Yeah, so they've been working together actually to seek out the End Magnus, and he is now since he has long since outlived his use. So he's plunged into the depths of the lava cave and reveals, surprise, Melodia is the true villain of the game.
And there was indeed an imposter among us.
Yes.
And guess what? It was Callus.
So Yeah, so if you're familiar with Japanese, Kalas or Karasu means crow. That is actually a very meaningful name, and he reveals that the entire time he's been kind of manipulating things behind the scenes, working with Melodia to try and get the End Magnus. And yeah, so she's been basically possessed by Malpertio to seek out the End Magnus and revive Malpertio. And Callus finally gets his true wings fixed, as opposed to the one broken wing and the one mechanical wing.
That was actually his goal all along, by the way, not to kill Giacomo. And killing Giacomo was a side thing that wouldn't be nice, but getting his true second wing was all he was looking for.
He literally tells you your game is over and kicks you out. He also reveals that he basically... the reason why the Guardian Spirit doesn't know of his plan is because he actually... In-universe, the Guardian Spirit was aware of his plan and didn't agree because, you know, as they have very conflicting ideas. The Guardian Spirit is a good guy.
I'm a good guy. Bafen is a good guy.
Heck yeah. So they used some sort of memory erasing tricks. So the start of the game is supposed to be as much as the Guardian Spirit, i.e. us, know. So they actually do kind of, you know, count for that in the story of like, you know, how would he have done all this secret planning without us, the Guardian Spirit, knowing? Well, they specifically wiped our memory.
And so right now we're playing as Shella because Shella has some good affinity with spirits, and we say, we're not done yet. Shella, I'm going to help you out.
So she is the protagonist now.
Yep. And she's alone. So it's going to be a Shella little adventure to actually find back her party members. And that is why, because now we don't have Kalas, this is where Savina is going to join our front line.
So here's the rulers of several different regions who have helped us escape from this prison, and now we need to go and World of Ruin our way back to a full party.
Yeah, because we can't really just fight Malpertio with just Shella, right? That'd be a little too hard. We're forced to actually save every characters, so we will also save Lude.
No, we don't want to.
We don't really care about him. Yep. If you've got anything to mention over there, our dear host, you've got a little bit of time until we get to our next boss.
Good morning, Legrand. Good morning, GhostKumo. Well, I am high spirits. I have taken over for RJ's manga. Thank you very much for the covering the first half of this awesome run. And I have some good news to start off my shift here. We got a $210 donation from Michael Neely that says, wash your hair regularly, which is enough to reach the shampoo bottle incentive. Thank you all very much for that.
I appreciate y'all raising money for such a good cause for a donation incentive that is effectively a meme.
Yeah, so okay.
I mean, it's all good stuff. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I'll pick it up right after I finish the item. It turns out pretty nice because it is now the time where I have actual access to every island. Because, you know, we have to find all of our allies and they're scattered throughout the islands. So we'll just pick that up right now. After this first boss fight, that is going to be pretty free. Because the game accounts for the fact that we are effectively alone. So it's not going to give us a full-on true boss. Let's go with that. So now we're revisiting places where we've got the End Magnus, and we figured it's where we will find our partners. And we got into this interdimensional passage, and we're going to fight those guys for a bit. 1, 2.
Had to find a way to get the shampoo bottle on the camera.
Good job. So this guy has 1,500 HP. I just dealt quite a bit of that. And Dia deals no damage. 2, 3, 4. You know what? That should be enough, but I'm still going to go for Whisper Engine. Okay. So that's Gibari picked up. And now we can leave Diadem for good.
This is harder than it should be. There we go.
Just now I got the class up for Gibari, so he's now class 5 as well, just like Shala. So he's going to punch even harder now. And yeah, now it's time to pick up our second co-commentator. We're going to do that right now. So I did save Aljimo a while ago. I got voice 2 for it when right before killing Giacomo, or while fighting him because he's not dead yet. And now I can talk back to his wife, who was waiting for him in Cable Rai. And now we got the shampoo! Woo! There we go.
You know, that was the shortest 300 hours that I've seen in a long time.
No, it's the hair.
Blend it with moisturizer for dry, damaged hair. Try it for 2 weeks. Your hair won't be able to thank you enough. It will be shiny and healthy.
They do mean 2 weeks.
They do mean 2 weeks.
Remind me to message Mizuki to schedule a tweet for 2 weeks from now, just like with just like a picture of nice hair. Saying the 2 weeks is work. It'd be the funniest thing because nobody would understand what we're talking about except the people watching this run. And they'll be like, oh.
I get it. So, okay, we're back to Anue, and now we're going to go pick up Savina. We did pick up the seed a while ago, and that's specifically to get to the interdimensional passage and fight the boss here. So this will be the backtracking to the palace. So normally in the Lude route, I wouldn't get Savina yet. I'd get Lude instead. And we got that. That has no good numbers. Great. Just put in some cards.
Fun fact about the shampoo, by the way. There is a category called shampoo %, which is get the shampoo as fast as possible.
Yeah, but I like the memes.
It is effectively the 100% category minus the 336 hours. It's really what it is like this game has a lot of collectibles, but because that 2 weeks is always rolling, a 100% speedrun really just comes down to 100% of the game in the span of 2 weeks, which you usually can do most of that in about like 90-ish hours of playtime, if not less. Like I might just even be like I'm just spitballing a number there.
In the speedrun, you take like about 70 hours of content on the out of the 2 weeks.
Yeah, because there are I think there's a second like thing you have to wait for that's also pretty long.
Yeah.
But it's not like meme-worthy long.
And there is a 99.98% category that does everything but the shampoo, and that one is actually pretty hard. It takes about 70 hours, and you have a lot of things to do in that time. Thank you for the 3.
I'm gonna go quickly run and get a charger.
Yes, please.
We seem to be short on these cables, so I will be right back.
Oh no, Shella is frozen. Six, six, six. Wait, I didn't meant to take that pressure. Oh well, it's fine. I think it's better to get the picture. Well, it's fine. Could have tried to dupe Savina's finishers because it drops here, but the picture is going to be good enough. So yeah, well, now we've got Savina in our party. We're gonna take a little bit to set her up before the next fight, which is going to be in Miura. And
Mind if I take a moment here to talk about some incentives today?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So yes, we are RPG Limit Break 2024, and we're barely going. We're still early in the week, and we have lots of runs to come, including some donation goals that still need to be worked on today, and we definitely could use your help. Coming up next after this run is the Xenosaga Episode 2. We still need the Fight of Phobos Rigus incentive met. It's at $295 out of $500. And we also have the Menu Glitch Showcase, which is only at $25 out of $250. Of course, all your donations go to support the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And all your support is appreciated, and we got some goals to hit. Let's do this.
Yeah. So right there, Savina's deck is filled with pass for no good reason. There you go. Thank you. I'll do that in a bit. Let's get some fire. Oh wait, no, I need to... What am I doing? I need to get ores on you. Defense. Don't have enough slot for you. Okay. And I do need some heals. I hope you guys enjoyed the sound. It's absolutely very bad. It's just because there's capybaras next to me. Okay, there you go. Now Savina is basically set up. Wait.
Hopefully it should stop bothering me now.
My old one. Can you plug it in on the Switch instead?
It's micro USB to micro USB. It has to be to the.
Shit. Because that's a European controller, and I'm not sure if...
right.
Like, I don't want to burn my controller.
Makes sense.
I actually forgot to get some stuff for Savina. It's fine, I'll do a detour. And
Well, worst case scenario, you have a really short one here. Really be awkward though.
yeah, it's bad. So as you can see, Savina's attacks are really fast. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. That should kill.
Nice.
Oh, no photo. Oh well. Too bad.
We do have to save Mizuti, even though it's not super useful. Still required for the game. Also, we like Mizuti.
Yeah,
Enough.
very cool.
Yeah, she's fine.
I'm going back to the tree because I forgot to get their 7S class up earlier. I was supposed to get her when we climbed the tree the second time, but forgot about it. Because it's not an item that I usually pick up. And, well, you kind of want her to be at least class 4, because class 3 is kind of lame. Short detour. Yeah.
Yeah, thankfully with no encounters, 300% speed, most detours like this are only minor time losses.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it feels kind of bad, but it's also fine. Like, we're in marathon. I don't really care about times and stuff. As long as I finish under estimate, I'm good. So that lava is the one that I want for Hot Rock, so I don't want to trade it in. Yes. I didn't hard reset since the start of the run, so I don't have to visit the shop. Already class up. It's this lava that I want to hand in. Okay, so this is going to be the last character that we're going to save. And then we can keep the story going. And this boss fight is actually like a real boss fight. And before I do that, I do want Savina to have better stuff. Sure, let's go with that. Seven, 6, 5, or 3? Or 3.
It's just funny to see 7 duplicates like back to back.
It really is. Doesn't really get old.
Yeah, her animations are just ludicrously fast. Like even on 200% speed, it's like barely workable, so...
Yeah, no, I don't really care about the combos on Savina right now.
Yeah.
I'm just going to press buttons and, yeah, we'll go with that. 2? No 2. Well, I'll take that. So now that the spirit is with Shella, Shella is the one that is able to do spirit finishers. Two, 3, 4.
Yeah, just barely has enough time to even get the inputs in, let alone try to combo. Still able to do like okay damage, but she kind of takes a backseat to Shella and Givari. And Shella being like the main character here kind of highlights like part of why we took stuff off of Mizuti, because Mizuti's starting items are like, or starting Magnus and stats are slightly better overall, but generally Shella is just better to use in the route.
Yeah. Especially
with how quick the speedrun is, because if you did everything in theory, Mizuti could be better by the end of the run, but
it would be more casually.
Better
even
end of a
speedrun.
casual playthrough. In a speedrun, it wouldn't be. I guess. Words are hard.
Yeah, it's fine. I get it. It's early in the morning. All right. So that's all our allies saved. So definitely, with all these people on cross, definitely you can definitely feel the influence of people that worked on Xenogears. So okay, we saved everyone. Now it's time to go back to Anue and we and figure out what we can do to actually stop a god of demise and destruction to do demise and destruction things. So while we go through cutscenes, High Spirit, what's up?
You know what's up? How about a $25 donation from Nightflyer, who's helping us out with these donations right now. Appreciate it. That went towards the Phobos Rigus fight coming up in the next run. Speaking about the next run, you know, we do have prizes that you can win also through your donations. Coming up next, Xenosaga 2, we got a copy of the game on the PlayStation 2. With a $10 minimum donation, you have a chance to win that prize.
They're not that cheap.
Oh, no. Those games have gotten really expensive.
Yeah, other than like the first one, 2 and 3 are up there.
Oh, yeah, they are difficult to find. For a $10 minimum donation, you can also win a Super Mario RPG game on the Switch, along with several plushes that come with it. And for a $5 minimum donation, we have a Chocobo and Moogle Small Cube plushies that you can also get. All of those prizes are available through the run later in the day, Indivisible. And right now, our first half grand prize is a custom Game Boy Advance SP with the Mimi logo painted on it. I believe it has the upgraded screen with the LED and all that. Provided by Custom Game Boys for a minimum $75 cumulative donations through the end of Live Alive. You could have a chance to win that. And then the event grand prize is the Buster Sword replica. It is big, like at least 5 feet long. It is heavy.
Something
like
that.
Yeah, it is massive, and it comes with several materia that you can also equip in it. And to have a chance to win that, you just have to donate at least $250 as much as you want here and there. As long as it adds up to at least that much by the end of the marathon, you have a chance to take home that Buster Sword.
Thank you, High Spirits. So what we got going on here, after having rescued all of our party, we need to have a way to strike back at Melodia and, you know, deal with the End Magnus and the incoming return of Malpertio. So we're going off to this hidden kingdom of Wazin, which has been isolated from the rest of the, basically the rest of the continents for centuries with like pretty much no contact. Of course, we say that, but as it turns out, Shella is actually their queen.
Classic Monolith soft moment. You know, your friend that you had all along, she's actually a queen. So yeah, she's here because she knows that there is probably some ways that she can find here in order to actually save the world. Oh wait, no, I can't go here yet. I have to check out on the dragon first. And also, this music is really, really nice. Sadly, we will only hear the intro because we're moving so fast.
This feels like it would be hell to live in, or the opposite, I guess, considering how cold it is. Really, just cool imagery here. That's kind of par for the course for this entire game. But yeah, especially like, you know, like an entire palace of ice is just kind of a neat concept.
It's definitely cool, as you said.
Hey.
So yeah, a bunch of cutscenes, a bunch of lore. We're going through Shella's story. She went on an adventure because she figured that there was something going wrong with the End Magnus and investigated what Guild of Blame was doing, and that's why she was trying to get all the End Magnus in the first place, is to stop whatever Guild of Blame was doing. Unlike Kalas, who was a bad guy, Shella is the definition of a heroine, for sure. And in order to get the Ocean Mirror, which is one of the legendary items that allow to seal Malpertio, we need to fight the Ice Queen here. And yeah, you just mash A and you hope to get the card that is in front of, in the top left corner. If you don't, you take damage. You take damage, and if you do, you win.
All luck.
Yeah, you take 4% damage every time you get hit, so you can eventually die. I've yet to die to this boss, and it won't be today. But I got to 1 HP at some point.
Wow.
Twice actually. It was not fun. Because that also means that like you had the worst RNG possible. It's a fight. And so now we've got the ocean mirror, so we figured, you know, we got what we need in order to fight Kalas and Malpercio and all of that. But before leaving completely, we need to get a new ride, because we're kind of borrowing the king's ship up until now, but it's time to get an actual transport, and that transport is going to be the dragon that we saw earlier.
Because everything is cooler with dragons.
Yeah.
Why not? Like, why not? Just have flying dragon mounts in more of your RPGs. I think the only Final Fantasy that ever did anything close to that was like, there's 5 and then kind of 8 because the Ragnarok is shaped like one.
Yeah, stop with airships. Dragons are cooler.
You know, as a Dragon Quest fan, I don't know how cool dragons are, because I heard there's not dragons in Dragon Quest.
I mean, you fight some of them occasionally. Look, you get to fly on the God Bird, and that's also pretty cool.
Damn right. So, okay, in order to do this, we need to give the Sparklings note that we picked up earlier, and then figure out the riddle behind this. Thankfully, it's pretty simple. So it's bow, then shield, then axe, then halberd. Even if you don't really understand the world, if you can see like how the statues are behaving, you can probably figure out which is which. And now that we've told the kid, hey, you have to scold the statues like that, we're going to go rest at the shop so that we can actually progress. This is the only forced in rest in the run. And it's kind of a shame because we have everyone at full HP right now. And I'm going to buy stuff here too. And I'm going to save load real quick to reset every shop in the game, so that way I can, like, we're going to go through a bunch of islands again, so it's going to allow us to shop again and get some use of all of that money that we've accumulated. Yes, I know. We should be alright.
I mean, we have like a couple of backups in like worst case scenario.
Yeah, at worst I can like run to my room if worst come to worst. I was supposed to do other stuff with the cuts and loads thingy. So let's do that. Still worth it. Seven on that. I'll pick this up, and we're good. So the thing I forgot to do was go to church. It's been a while since we went to church. So again, for those who are coming, church is the only way to level up and class up. So classing up, we're basically done with that. Everyone is class 5. Levels, well, we still have quite a bit to get.
don't really need to worry about Liud or Mizuchis, so...
Yeah, they're kind of there at this point. Alright, and that's going to be our final hand-in of Constellation for the run, because that's going to give us 20 Constellation total, and once you hit 20, you get a Golden Circlet on Shella, which is a much better equipment than what she has right now.
Sweet sound of all the item get noises in a row.
Yeah, it's pretty funny every time. And yeah, few cutscenes, and Dragon goes, huh? And we can now ride the dragon. And we've got Hot Rock. So we'll be able to end that in Alphard, which is our next direction. After, obviously, a trip to Anu anyway.
It is worth noting that when he does like the soft reset and whatnot, the timer isn't counting for the Hot Rock, so it's only when you're actively on this playthrough and not in the menu specifically.
Yes.
So if you ever want to do the 100% category, the time spent in menus, even though that shows the counter ticking up, doesn't actually count for your time-based Magnus.
Yep. So there is actually some degree of things that you have to do in 100%. It's not just do things and relax for a while. You need to be careful with your menus if you want to have a competitive time. Like it's fun.
There is actual competition for that. That is the level to which that meme has gone.
Yeah, Ivan did a few runs of 100% and he crushed it. It's really good. Again, shout outs to Hyphen for being like one of those Japanese runners that just pick up a game and don't leave it for like 15 years and master it to the point that like they just are going to crush any competition that they're ever going to have. So yeah, before going to the Imperial Palace, we are going to Aza to end in the Hot Rock before it turns into a Simple Rock, and also check out the shop again. Please.
We're getting a sword. I wonder what that's useful for.
And a buckle too.
That's useful too. I love the hat wear on these shopkeepers. They have such outlandish designs, and I'm kind of all for it.
Please, I need more money. I'm gonna sell this. There you go. 2 gold left.
Yes, despite him getting over 250,000 at one point, money route is surprisingly tight.
And
Not
I
usually
skipped
that tight, but it is tight.
I skipped a few chests too. It's also because I picked up more items for 79. They were expensive. And so this guy, by the way, is one of the boss that we fought in Diadem. Classic RPG moment where you fight one of the boss as a normal encounter later on. So this place is going to be a bunch of elevators and doing stuff left and right. So while we're at it, High Spirit, you've got about, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes if you want to mention something.
Awesome. Sure, let's start with some donations. How about that?
That sounds great.
That sounds great. Awesome. We got a $10 donation from I Love RPG Limit Break. You know, I do too. Thank you very much. It says first time donating, but all time watcher. Good luck, runners, and thank you for the event. We got $10 from Mecha Link with no comment. Thank you very much, Mecha. And we got $10 from Pendle Stevens that says, sigh. Another game to buy for my recently acquired Switch OLED. Oh well, that's a happy sigh at least.
Absolutely.
You know what they You know what they say, believe in the heart of the cards. Or was that another franchise?
Fun fact, well, if you buy this game, you get another game as well. You get Baten Kaitos 2 or Baten Kaitos Origins.
Yep, so you get this
Oh, yeah.
game and it's prequel.
You buy one, get one free. Look at that.
Free 99, my favorite price. And trust me, like both of these games, especially Origins, because it was in a very small print run, like they're expensive to get on the original.
yeah.
So not only is this like HD collection just kind of nice in general for things it has, additional features, it also is just nice to have because it's like trying to get the originals of the games is so expensive. I think Baten Kaitos Eternal Wings alone is about the same cost as the HD collection, and that one had like a decent print run. And then Origins is somewhere in the triple digits.
Yep. Like, people realized that this game was really, really good a little too late.
Yeah, the thing that I found was like, I remember there was like a month period on Game FAQs where it was like one of the most discussed games on the forums, and I had no idea anything about it because that tends to be the case of like the JRPGs disproportionately are big on that platform. And then that was how I had heard of it, and then I played Origins like years later because it was like one of the last games on the GameCube. And I like that was like the game that helped me to like really fall in love with JRPGs as a genre, because up until then the only ones I played was Final Fantasy 8 and 3 on the DS, and then Paper Mario and Pokemon. So this was kind of like the gateway series to me for like the more adventurous JRPGs, and really kind of cemented the genre as an all-time favorite for me. I played this one a bit later than Origins, but I still really hold both in very high personal regard.
That can go. Take that. That goes out. That goes out too. I can pick that up fine. And that. Savina, what do you want to do? You want this and the fish. Because beating up people with a fish is pretty effective, apparently. With dead fish. Okay, so this is Fadro. You know, the guy that was next to Melodia when we killed Belle de Blame. Kind of went in a little bit of change, and he's going to get beaten up. I may or may not have forgotten to go down to 200%.
Gosh.
Too fast.
Now, so here he's getting like several turns, just unloading a ton of damage.
Oh my god. Oh, please. I think 7 is dead. But he's dead too.
The nice thing is, she doesn't need the EXP as much as the other twos, so it's not the worst. I like that like fade out. It's just like, I no longer fear death. just goes down with a bang.
Yeah, just kind of a random fight too. So I'm kind of like, oh hey, by the way, I exist. Sure. I didn't want to heal Gibari here. That's fine. Okay, now we need to remove wind and dark and put back all my chrono. Get 9s. I did get 9s. Nice. And you want... What do you want? Nothing. You want something though. Wait, do I not have the revive? Don't. It was in. Now we need everyone to have paralysis resistance for the next boss fight. Because the next boss fight has a, like half of his attacks are going to paralyze me. The other half is going to be lifesteal. And guess what? It's Callus.
Yep. He's now fully given into his the power of Malperitio, but there is still some good left in him, so it's up to us in this fight to try and get that in there. Also, I like how the weapon is literally called Tekken.
Yeah. I also forgot to go down in difficulty. It's fine. Just means that I need to focus a bit. Also, that also means that I cannot input anything with Savina. Nine, 8. Follow up. Unfortunate.
I haven't touched on this too much, but part of the reason for having those cameras in there is, I mean, not just pictures, but 9s are really rare.
Yep, that's the main reason why I dupe them, because at this point I don't really need money anymore.
Yeah, and being able, eventually we're going to want to be able to get chains as high as like 1 through 9 or 9 through 1. And all of those just have such obscenely high modifiers that even just using a card that does no damage would skyrocket your damage if it completes the set.
Oh! Jerk. It's possible. Play with that character. There's this one, which is why I'm removing that card. And yeah, Savina's dead. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 6. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Could revive Savina right now. Probably what I'm gonna do. I dropped my 3. It's unfortunate.
He's pretty close to down, so.
7, 6, 5, 4. Oops. If I did that.
Oh. Blame the 300 times speed. Or 300% speed.
He's dead. Okay.
Good. Alrighty. So now Melodia is coming in to express her disappointment for everything and reveals that our party of heroes is actually like
Catalyst.
is the catalyst for the end and the unsealing of Malperitio. She is literally using the power of friendship against us, and I kind of am all for that. So we send a message to Callus, and he's finally able to, well, she tries to use the mirror, but that just hurts him.
Yeah.
Like, she wants to use it to free him, but it turns out, like, it would, if she tried to use it more, it would straight up kill him, and we'll get into why stuff like that happens. But yeah, Shella doesn't want to kill him. She just wants to, like, free him from, you know, Malpercio's, like, grip. All right. If you want me to skip cutscenes for you?
This one is going to be.
Okay. I can do that for you. Bathroom break time. Alrighty.
どうしたのカラス
And so here he just literally rips the wing out of him to, like, break himself free from Malpercio's grasp.
何をするのカラス気でも狂ったの
Anyways, while Legrand is out and we're watching anime, High Spirits, if you got anything, this would be probably a good time.
You want me to interrupt the anime? Like,
あなたは
wow. You know, how about we talk about some people that help us put on this event? We got to give some special shout outs here to Oro, the person who does all of our layouts and overlays that you see that looks all that fancy on stream there. You can check out Oro and all their work on Twitter at Orolin, which is OUROLEN. Also, once again, RPG Limit Break has partnered with the Yeti to bring you 3 exclusive T-shirts along with an enamel pin that you can purchase. Proceeds from these purchases go to supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I believe it's $6 for every T-shirt. And they're only available, though, through the end of the week. So if you want a chance to get one of these T-shirts, head over to theyeti.com. That's THEYETEE.com/RPGLB. And yeah, you know who else has helped us out a lot this event and every event actually is a great artist, LLK. She's made our banners, all of our promo banners, which we got a lot of them, by the way. The attendee badges, several emotes. Like, LLK has been awesome in supporting artistically the events. And if you want to check out more of her work, you can go to jazaboo.com. That's JAZAABOO.com. And I just want to remind everyone that we are RPG Limit Break 2024, coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are here to raise money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was a grassroots advocacy organization formed in 1979 to try because of who had a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they want to help out. And that's why we're here today. We're here to help out people with mental illnesses. Because did you know that roughly 1 out of 5 Americans live with a condition, with a mental health condition? And that's why we are trying to raise money here. We're trying to help out, break the code on mental illness through various means, such as, you know, education, leadership, increasing availability of care, advocacy, awareness, everything. And they do a lot of work, including running a hotline that you can call if you have any issues. And I believe legrandgrand has almost made it back here valiantly, so I will send it back to them.
Yeah. I went ahead and skipped all the cutscenes until the choice was there, and I'm like, I don't know if this affects the route at all. I'm not going to take any chances.
I figured.
Again, picking certain dialogue choices does slightly influence the route. Or it does influence the run a little bit.
So I went all the way back to my room, which is at the other side of the hotel. Climbed the stairs, climbed down, got my cable. I'm here.
We've both somehow during this speedrun, we've both done separate speedruns back to our rooms.
Well,
That was very good timing.
Yeah, very good timing.
Yep, so this area we are headed to is the region of Dur, which is the... basically, Dur is the last, like, remaining part of the surface world that isn't completely taken over by the toxic clouds. So it's like the last remaining part of the surface world. It's also the area where Mizuchi comes from, as we find out, and that's, you know, leads into her backstory a little bit. Also, kind of one of the neat little effects of this dungeon. I guess you could call it its gimmick.
Please.
But you could call it its gimmick, even if it might be a little trippy. Is your camera always follows behind Callus's shoulder, so screens you can sometimes see the front and back version of each screen. It's always going to be from behind you. So if you were to, like, you know, go back, the screen would be reversed.
Yeah, but that's why I had multiple times where I went back and forth with screens.
You can easily get lost here just off of camera angle alone.
I mean, it's supposed to be a labyrinth, so it makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I was not supposed to pick up single flight, but since I forgot the water for this little guy here, giving me a bill of fate, well, took a little detour. Thankfully, there's no bosses or anything important going on for a while here.
Gives you a chance to catch your breath a little bit.
I think so, yeah. I really sprinted through the corridors. But alright, okay, welcome to Jama. This is going to be our very last shop. And before that, for being able to talk to the Great Camro, we have a few things to do here. Actually, I lied. There's a second shop that we'll do later on after this, because I didn't have enough money earlier. So it's time for Callas to catch up a little bit of levels. Just a bit. And yeah, Savina is unfortunately going to be out of the party from now until the end of the run.
Yeah, she did solid enough work despite the handicap of trying to control her at 300%.
And we are going here to buy the Fallen Woman, which is a very good card. It's actually not a damaging card, nor a defensive card, nor a buff card. It's a debuff card that makes the bosses have 35 less attack. It's the highest minus attack that you can get in the game, and that's going to be very convenient.
Yeah, some of the late game bosses in this run are still going to be pretty tricky, so we definitely want to be prepared.
Well, as you've seen, we're very much into offense and not so much into defense. So if we take too much hits, we just die. And we're going to have really, really low amount of healing items.
Monolith with their penchant for very strangely designed NPCs.
Shall I have to Xenoblade 1? Please. Okay, so welcome to Capella. This is 300% movement, by the way. If we want to enjoy normal movement speed, this looks like this. It's fun, right? It's okay.
And that's with encounters off.
That's with the encounter off, yeah. Thankfully, there's only 2 screens. Thank you. Also, there is a little bit of glitch here. I move at max speed on the mud at the end of the screen because of the wood I went on. Kind of funny. So right now we are looking for the Sword of the Heavens. It was supposed to be in Capella, but it was taken by the mayor of the city because it's like, yeah, no, we can't really win against small parishes. So I'm just going to say, hey, we're sorry. I'm giving you the Sword of the Heaven. Please spare us, and you can keep on destroying the world above us. Obviously, we're kind of against that, so we are going to chase after him. Before that, a little bit of cutscene glitching. That's going to allow us to skip the tutorial of the Smart Tower, which is otherwise pretty long.
Yeah, this dungeon's gimmick is massive block puzzles. You move blocks into these green squares, and that usually opens the way. Sometimes the way you actually solve it can be pretty tricky, so thankfully Legrand has like memorized the things he needs to do, but yeah, you'd like have to reset your room. You can also climb on top of them, just as you can move them around, which is important to keep in mind, and not accidentally do one instead of the other.
Oh yeah.
So here he's moving the block up, and then he fills up the that green spot.
Easy first floor. And obviously there's going to be multiple one of them.
So what does lighting the torches do again?
They allow me to move the boxes.
Gotcha.
I've had situations where I was running and I was like, why can I not push that block? It's so weird. I should be able to. And then I realized the torch was not on.
Yeah, so here you had to push them all one at a time. I like how you just crush the enemy. Oh no, it's back. It does disappear there for a second. Thankfully, like, because we have encounter rate 0, it's not.
Yeah, these guys are really annoying.
Dodging the enemies here can be really annoying if you didn't have that.
They fully resist neutrals attack, so you have to use elemental attack to actually take them down. So for example, right now, Gibber would be completely useless. And you can never catch this cycle, it's fun. And you can also never catch this cycle here.
The angle here also doesn't help with depth perception either, so sometimes it can be kind of tricky to know what you're supposed to do unless you've actually like practiced it.
Yeah, this place is fine, but you're going to see what I'm going to do on the camera on the next floor. It's going to look funny, but this helps me have like normal decent movement. I think it's on the next floor at least.
Should be. It's gonna tell you don't walk all the way across it like you didn't practice, which is just like one of those movement mechanical moments. You're just like, how did I do that?
It's fine. The cycles here are really garbage.
Yes.
So yeah, this room, I'm just going to look at the game like this, and yeah. It's because down is not exactly down here.
I kind of wish I had made a request to tech to tilt the camera feed of the game 45 degrees.
Wait, I messed up.
Oh no.
How do I climb down?
I think you have to... Oh, you can wait.
That's a problem. So that should still be up, right? Okay, I can see that. No, it's not. Well, we are going to have to go all the way down now.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm missing some weak flames. And by all the way down, I mean all the way down. I cannot pick up the flame here because otherwise that resets the room.
High spirits, if you got anything, this would be a good moment.
This is perfect moment, yeah.
Well, how about we talk about some donation incentives coming up later today? We don't have any donations right now to read, sad face. But coming up after this run, we have Xenosaga Episode 2, and we still have 2 goals to reach for that run. We have the Phobos Rigus Super Boss fight, which is currently at $340 out of $500. And the Menu Glitch Showcase, which is only at $25 out of $250. Still got lots of time for those, but we got to keep an eye on that. Following Xenosaga, we have Indivisible, and there is a bonus cat percent run. I mean, it's a cat. It's cat percent. You have to reach this one.
Meow.
And it's currently at $129 out of $250. And then following Indivisible, we have Super Mario RPG Remake. And we have a big incentive for that, though. A lot of work still needs to be done, but that is to fight the 3D Culex at the end of the run. And that's currently at $986 out of $2,500. So still got some work on those, but we got lots of time.
Thank you very much, and now we're back in this room with this terrible puzzle. And most importantly, the terrible camera. Please, come on, Callus, thank you.
Yeah, so you're getting a very brief little preview of the Super Mario RPG Remake run here by this isometric perspective and us climbing.
It was handled correctly in the GameCube version, by the way. It's just the remake that made it, like, bad.
Yeah, the remake did make some changes. Some of them were nice quality of life improvements to certain things. Others were slightly detrimental. Although one of the funny things is you can actually use the boost to cross diagonal angles here. So you'll see him use turbo to like just kind of cross across there and save a little bit of time.
It saves having to use the elevator one more time. But yeah, overall, I definitely recommend playing this version of the game. It just like the quality of life is just outweighed everything.
Yes, and I mean if you want like a pure experience of the game, like you can just turn most of the sliders off and you'll get a pretty similar version.
Mm-hmm.
But also, upscaled to HD, and this game runs pretty well on the Switch, honestly.
Check this out. That's fine. That's not the numbers I want. And Salina, you give me your stuff. And Gallus, it's going to upgrade you a bit. Remove all of that junk. That. Chronos light. Not light, actually. It's still dark. That. What does you want? That's about it, so I can give you back some swords. And Shella. That. You want firstly. Like that. And you're getting that. And this. Okay. So those guys, one is weak to fire, one is weak to water. Guess which is which. So the water one is not going to deal much damage, but it can freeze. And the fire one is the one dealing damage, so we are going to focus on that guy first. And everyone is a powerhouse right now. I'm still at 300%. Oops. And that's frozen Gibari. I'm totally supposed to do this section at 200%, by the way. And I cannot switch mid-fight. No time to go for one more card. Rather go for my combo. And that should kill. Too slow. One, two, three, four, five, 6. Okay. It's kind of unfortunate for the water, but had to be done. Good combo. Defense increase, that's annoying. That's annoying too.
Right.
It's fine, he's back up.
Nice. Even with all the guards and the not getting the combo, just getting that fight over with is nice.
Before I forget again.
Good idea.
I could technically do it at 300%. Like, you could see that I was doing pretty well, but I'd rather not risk it.
Yeah, these, especially when the fights start to get like more punishing.
Mm-hmm. So we got the Sword of Heaven, but unfortunately, Malpleasure arrived, and he's now wreaking havoc in the towns. Okay, I'm going to fully heal for good measure. Sword of Heaven is going for Shella. And you don't want this anymore. You want this, and you can actually keep that. Okay. So entering Algorith, that's going to start a sequence, and we're going to jump into the next boss fight, which is going to be the first fight against Malpercio. He doesn't hit really hard, but he's got a lot of HP, and also I'm a bit under leveled because I'm skipping a church level up. That'd be pretty substantial after the fight against Agyo and Ungyo, so I'm not going to deal as much damage as against those two. But it should be fine either way. So on this fight, Mizuti breaks his mask and breaks her mask, and she's going to do one big attack. And there's also the one occasion where you can get a specific picture of Mizuti on this fight. And I had no... 7. Stop blocking, bro.
So does this boss have any particular weaknesses?
He's weak to light, water, and chrono, I think. And resistant to the other. That's too bad, there is a bunch of dark on that. Shining Seraph is a light element. Need to get rid of that first. So the music is absolutely fantastic for this boss fight.
Well, Toei Sakuraba, I honestly think, is at some of his best when he's allowed to play around with odd time signatures.
Let's go with 9. 7, 6, 5, 4. That's a shame. That's such a shame. That was a combo, but the elements were not good. That's bad. Oh my god, he used an aura. Blocked my combo. First set. Okay, Shelly is low. I need to heal her eventually. I would appreciate if you stop focusing her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Going with the 5. Cutting the combo a little short, probably doing a little bit more damage on the whole because of the combo.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, I feel like I could have done something better, but I didn't read that properly.
You could just throw raw meat at the boss.
It's good damage,
It is.
surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot of these food items, like, they're not the best cards to have in your deck for damage. I mean, they do solid damage, and they don't really have like, the best numbers, but they have like their share of uses.
7, 6. Got a nice combo already with 9. Getting that ready.
So here you see the Sword of the Heavens is the 9 in the, just a 9 in the slots.
I hesitated too long. There's no way I go for that. Um, 7, 6.
魂の光よ、天に集いて我が牙と変われ。危険ゴーガ。
I really want. I'm not gonna get it. 7, 7, 7.
俺の本気を見せてやろう。ネスタススパイラル。
Should be low now. 8, 7, 6. I'm definitely healing Shala here.
これでも使いな。 させるかよ。
I There you go.
Nice.
Okay, so from this next boss fight is going to feel a lot different than this one, but it's going to take a while before we get there. For now, there's going to be a little bunch of plot because, well, right now the ocean mirror is broken. The Earth sphere, which Sheila had, that was used to actually access the end Magnus, is broken as well. The Sword of the Heaven is broken as well. Well, everything is broken, so we don't have anything or any way to actually fight Malpertia with ancient artifacts. So what do we do? Well, we are first going to report to the kings to tell them, hey, we got the Sword of the Heaven problem, the mission kind of failed. And we'll try to figure out a way to actually save the world. In order to do that, before doing that, we're going to receive a letter from Larikush, the very first doctor that we met in Cable Rai. He's going to tell us, yeah, by the way, I've got something that could probably help you in your quests. So we're going to go there first.
Yeah, so Larikush is actually a more important NPC than the early game might have you even think. He was, I believe, an important part, like either a friend or like an important part of the life of Georg, Callus's grandfather. The two of them, well, we'll get there. The two of them used to work together, and there's a lot of importance with Callus.
Yeah, basically we're going to have a massive plot going on with a bunch of cutscenes that we're thankfully going to be able to skip. Also, I'm buying the swords that I wanted to buy earlier. That's for real. That's going to be our last shot of the game. And so yeah, it's time for us to go to Selasut.
You barely spend much time on this continent in like an actual playthrough.
Yeah, only 20 minutes or so.
Yep. I remember this scene in Origins. There's some of the funniest scenes in the entire game there. Origins has a lot of recycled maps from this game, although it doesn't have a couple of the interesting ones. So this is the point where we get to Callus's backstory, and where it reveals that like the reason why he has the broken wing, the reason why a whole bunch of things with him really is that, and like why the ocean mirror affected him the way it did, is that he was not actually born a human. He was created out of the form of Magnus by Georg and Larikush, as was his brother. And so they also get information that we need to head off to a particular location to find something hidden that I believe Georg left behind.
He left it behind for Callus to use when you get older and be able to use it. So maybe that's going to help us out. Who knows?
Got 7 level ups.
9 for Gibari. I could technically do without and start the dungeon without, because I'm going to backtrack through the dungeon before the boss. But turns out doing the random encounters in there while at lower level is a pain. And it doesn't work as well as if you didn't.
Yep, so we're heading to this place called the Celestial Alps, which is a like mountain range, as the name would probably have you think.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also going to be a kind of annoying and familiar boss here, but we'll get to that.
Okay. So before. Oh wait, I never picked up. I'll pick it up later. I was supposed to pick up an upgrade for the.
So why is it that we're turning encounters back on after having them turned off basically most of the game?
You're forced to fight those guys in order to progress.
Right.
It's simple as that. Which is pretty neat because they have some really, really good loots.
honestly, it's kind of annoying that like enemies have as much good loot as they do, and then you also have to take pictures as often as you do.
I don't have to anymore.
I mean, in, like casual playthrough.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, if you're trying to get like max out like stuff. So something worth mentioning, we haven't even really technically talked about the category of the game. So this is new game, which means that everything is on the table for any percent with the exception of instant KO. So what exactly is instant KO?
Well, you use the Magnus, you deal damage, you kill. Pretty self-explanatory, I guess. And considering you've seen how the game plays out, if you can just deal damage to something, like the game loses any kind of interest to be speedrun.
Yeah, you skip all encounters, you make all bosses like one shot. So it is mainly like an option for if you solely want to experience the story.
And if you want to farm mindlessly as well.
That too.
But yeah, the category is only 2 hours long, so you can see the difference that fighting and having to make decks is.
Yeah, basically skipping all encounters,
having to go to church.
Having to go to church, having to route around anything.
You just never menu, you just rush. You just move around, that's it. Oh my god. Unfortunate. I was about to select something, and so I selected something for Cass. Kinda sad. But it does happen.
It's a nice thing about Gibari turns. The answer is always paddling.
Oh, nice! So Death Pendulum has a really low chance to actually one-shot. I think it's like 2%. So yay, one-shot. What am I doing? We are not living yet. We don't have any more fights, but we're not living yet. Because we need to get to the final boss room, which has Azure Sand, and Azure Sand allow Kalas to get to the final class of the game, class 6. And it's so relevant that we're going to actually backtrack to actually go to church and use that. Hopefully you'll see why during the next boss fight.
I don't know if this ended up being a retcon, but the church does technically exist as its own spot out in the floating continents in Origins as the Endmost Bethel. But you can't access it from the overworld. You have to access it through a blue flower in this game. You do eventually get the ability to access it on the overworld in Origins, but we're not there yet.
It's never really explained in this game where and what the church is. Just going to get levels in order to get HP back. I don't really care about the actual +1 level, but if I can save some shish kebabs, I will. So the reason I'm going to Saddle Sud is because I forgot to pick up an item here. That's definitely going to help for the next boss. I was supposed to get it before going to the Celestial Alps, but hey, I forgot. Teehee.
We've had a lot of things come up with this run, let's be so.
I mean, it's a marathon run. I'm not focused solely on gameplay, and also not it happens. It's fine. This game is lenient enough so that you can mess up and still be fine. Which is what's really nice about this run. Just play the game well and you'll have a good time. Both speedrun-wise and having fun. Alright, back to the Celestial Alps. We got our equipment, we got our class 6. And so class 6 means that I have 60 cards in my deck for Kalas, but I can also use 9 cards in a row now, which is pretty good. Okay, and now... that in. Do you have any 9s? You do. I actually don't want them on you. on them on Kalas specifically. There we go. So now I've got very little time to input my combos, but I can input a lot of cards at the same time. Just kill. And now the main objective of every fight is to actually do 1 to 9 combos. Because that's going to make my DPS go through the roof. And because of that,
So we were right outside the boss room, and it was still worth it to go and grab the class up just because of how much time it can save you on
and now
a familiar trio of misfits.
it's time to focus. It's a gamer moment.
You rolled over on my headphones here.
Oh no!
Stuck here. You guys are so focused. You messed me up.
That's what you do when you want to beat up your friend in fighting games, right? Okay. So I'm going to focus Amy first because she has, if she uses defense up on anyone, that's going to make them fall on pain to actually take down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's 8 to 1. And that's 2,000 damage.
Just honestly what I really like about this game's combat system is every turn is just like figuring out exactly what you want to do with each card, and you have a limited amount of time to do it. So you have to read the situation very quickly, come up with calculated decisions, and then also consider like, okay, I have these things and I have these things. I need a card to bridge the gap. So it's just kind of like risk-reward assessment is a very key part of the run.
And you have to do that in a split second too, especially on 200%. Kill? No, she's got like a tiny bit more health.
Feeling good.
There you go. One down. Now to figure out this mess of a start. 5, 4, 3.
すごい風よ我が羽ばたきの乱人となれ魔術風の羽衣
2,000 damage, that's only a 1 to 6. Good stuff. So again, Giacomo is weak to water and light. So that's why we're focusing those elements. And winning Chrono is neutral.
That's the main reason he's got the T there is that aura. Auras are just so good that like you willingly put otherwise bad cards in to be able to activate the auras because it's just how important damage reduction or canceling combos before the enemy gets like their finisher move off really can.
2, 3. Bad.
Awesome to see the 1 through 9.
We're gonna see some eventually, hopefully.
Shella just absolutely wailing on him.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So at this point now I'm not really using my defensive turn to actually defend with Kalas. I'm using them to figure out what my combo starter is going to be because I've got only 3 seconds to start my combo, so I can't really afford to take the time to figure out what I have to do. That might kill. Nice. So he's resistant to chrono a little bit. Follow on that is, so that's why I'm dropping the chrono. And that's a one-shot, I think.
Nice.
1000 HP left.
Yeah, it is worth noting that doing it in descending order is less effective than doing it in ascending order, so...
I simply did that. I was supposed to be 4. He's got no HP left. 6. I'm not even going to go for the finisher. Don't need it. Very good for trio too.
Yes. So
But
there you
it
saw
turns
the
out-
power of the 1 through 9, so...
Yeah, you can one-shot Amy and fall on this fight. Not quite Giacomo because he's a bit stronger, but... And right now, thanks to the power of Brotherhood, we're going to get stronger because Fee was actually part of us. And any moment, Kalas is going to become ultra strong, ultra powerful. And we're going to redo the same fight, but this time we'll be able to get Spirit Finisher on Kalas, which very much matters when you need 1 to 9. It doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, it's a refight. Exactly the same fight. No difference. Same targets. And she defense.
Except you do get the,
Okay, well, we're targeting Fallen first.
you do get this awesome remix theme.
Fortunate.
Yeah.
So again, I don't care about Dark because they all resist Dark, so if I can avoid using that, better.
Yeah, thankfully for a couple of different reasons, this fight is not nearly as punishing as the fight against them on the ship in Aza. Or
Yeah.
Aza, in Alphard.
We got a lot stronger since them, and they
And they
don't
did.
really, yeah. They got a bit more HP, but that's about it. They don't really hurt that much more. It's really close to dead again. That's a lot of 6. That's not the way I want to see on Kalas. Should have used Nora, but then too late. That's... he's still alive. Dang it. Yep. He's counting his HP. And now to focus back on Amy, who hopefully doesn't have her defensive buzz anymore. So I don't want her to use that defend again, which she shouldn't. The problem with Amy is that she's got some 1 to 9s as well. Those are not as powerful, just really slow. 33. Amy is weak to Chronos, Light, and Fire, so that water is kind of a shame, but So Chrono is pretty good. Six. That should be pretty close to dead. It's annoying.
今だそうだよ眠気覚ましの悪夢を見せてやるぜ
Should be enough. Hopefully. No, it's not. Too slow. Well. It's fine. I kind of need to wait out for the, or if I'm not trying to run out on GhostKumo anyway. 3 wasn't the best fight, but I'll do. One, two.
Here you can kind of see that even with everything that is developed with our other characters, Givari still does very good damage because you can just chain together the same thing over and over again. It's not quite on the level of like a 1 through 9 at all, but
It's still good enough.
It is still good enough to be like consistently helpful in battle.
Yeah, the thing is with 1 to 9 is that it's really hard to get because you are not guaranteed to get them in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on you even starting with a card with a 1 or 9, which the 9s are already kind of rare.
Yeah, case in point. Still fairly good damage when it works out. Hard to stay focused for all of that. I don't have a 1. Still don't have a 1. Still don't have a 1. Still don't have a 1. Might have to check my 1s on Kalas eventually.
Unlucky. Technically speaking, so the way your cards work is that you'll always... oh, that's unfortunate. You should always get every card in your deck in every rotation of your deck. So if you really want to, if you're like really good at counting cards, you might be able to get something like that. But like, yeah, trying to pay attention to every single card you have on 3 different characters in battle while also playing the game at 200% speed, like, yeah.
I wouldn't even do that in 100% speed. That's too next level. I cannot use that Chrono Aura, unfortunate. He's like 1 or 2 combos away from death. Well, he gets to attack twice in a row as well. Because I get double shuffle on everyone. Please don't tell me I die. That'd be embarrassing. Please don't. Oh, okay.
Lucky.
There you go. Nice. Gibbar's dead, but it's fine. Again, at this point, EXP isn't so much for damage. And GhostKumo is finally gonna die. And we are going to take care of Meldia, save her, and save the world. How? We'll see about that.
Yeah, so Melodia was never supposed to be a bad person. She was basically been possessed by the essence of Malperitio. There's a whole lot of backstory behind what leads into Malperitio being what it is. A lot of which it actually takes Origins to really fully explain. Like the origin of Malperitio, how it came to be, you know, this dark, powerful thing, and like where it came from.
You mean?
And how, you know, the world came to be.
So you were saying that Baten Kaitos' origin explains the origin of the world?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, the origins of the world as this story of Baten Kaitos is. Because there's a lot of interesting things with it. Part of the end goal with what's going on here isn't just to, it's not just to, you know, prevent the end of the world from Malperitio. There's also the end goal to restore the world to its state. Because, you know, with the floating continents, like, there's all kinds of issues with it. And eventually we want to return the world, you know, back to where the continents originally were on the surface, which has, you know, not been accessible outside of Dur, so...
Yeah, and find the long-lost ocean as well?
Yes. So as the game's name, Eternal Wings and the Lost Ocean is a part of the story and the end game. And kind of, I think what I don't know if it's said yet in the story, but Shella basically says that one of her goals was to restore the ocean.
Maybe. I can't remember exactly.
And they're looking for the whale. Which, by the way, second half of the marathon, if you donate cumulative $75, you can win this. You can win this big old whalelord behind us.
Good old Bob.
Yeah. There was a whole bunch of whale imagery I had mentioned earlier. You know, the name of the game, Baten Kaitos, is based on that of a constellation also known as Zeta Ceti, which is supposed to be a constellation of the whale.
And it's also the final constellation that you get if you complete all the constellation of the game?
Correct. It is the last constellation of the 50. Also, all throughout the world are these little whales called Greythorns. They're these little bouncing, like, plush-looking things about this size.
Oh, there's no here.
There's none in here. They are adorable. You literally see it on the loading screen of this game. They're kind of like the pseudo-mascot character of the game, and probably would have gotten... I would have loved to see merch if this series was bigger.
Yeah, and they go squeak squeak when you talk to them.
Yep, they're... I don't know if he's been following us this entire time, but Shella has this...
They did.
Yes. So Shella has this little Greythorn that's been following her the entire time by the name of Mimai.
And that's it's actually used a la FF8 in her few starting finishers. Spark of Light, you just launch Mimai on enemies, and Sparkle of Light, you send him in the air and he just explodes and deal damage. Alright. Wait. To do this. So I got Skull, Anklet, and Skull equipment on Kalas and Shella. Quite relevant for later stuff. I don't care about this anymore. Need to get rid of some swords. I also wanted to check my ones. I don't have that many. Let's try and fix that.
Kind of see in his Magnus stock how he had like the ripe bananas, or the unripened bananas turned into the ripe bananas, turned into the now rotting bananas. They all do different things.
That has a 7. Ooh. Don't care about that. Alright. So this boss is heavily resistant to Chrono. And it's called Cobalt Current. So this is an optional area that I'm going in. Basically, after fighting the chaotic trio, you've got an explanation of a bunch of side quests to do before the final boss. All the side quests are to get class 6 on every other character. We already have the one on Kalas, and we're doing the one for Shala right now. That's going to be the only one that we're gonna get, mostly because it's super fast to get. It's only this boss fight and get a bunch of cool items afterward as well. And Shala has a pretty good deck as well that we can use for that. And welcome to endgame of Baten Kaitos. If you thought the game was yeah, pretty hard up until now, well, look at this. Magnus are spinning now. That's the point of skull equipment. They've got some really good stat. 99 resistance to all things. Ah! Too bad. So that's pretty good. I'm just going to drop all of that. But they make you have headache, which yeah, it's kind of funny. And now I kind of need to focus again. Two. That's only 4.
I was almost worried you weren't gonna get that.
It wasn't guaranteed for sure. Yeah.
Nah, that was the 4.
Unfortunate. Draw. Let's go with 7s. Right, this guy is weak to wind, so pretty cool to have Spiral Gale. On Kibari. It's looking low. Ah, if I rigged fast enough. Switch. That was hard. Might die here anyway. Wait, I use cameras, okay. I want to dupe the loot of this guy. And for that, usually you don't want to have cameras in your deck, but... Nice. Got 3 as well. So I just duped 3 Aqua Burst level 5, which potentially have 9s on it. Pretty good drops. And now we're ready to go and finish the game. Get to the final dungeon. Not you. Not you! The queen! There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to go face Malparatio in the new landform that has opened up in the center kind of a while ago. We haven't been able to go there yet, but this is Core Hydri, the final dungeon of the game.
It's going to take a bit to actually clear it. It's an actual like big dungeon compared to every other dungeon that we've seen so far. Mostly because there is a boss rush, basically.
Does that mean I got time for a few donations here?
You've got about 5 minutes, yeah. There's going to be a bunch of cutscenes that we're going to be able to skip.
I wish I had that many to read, but we'll go with the few that I have. How about $10 from BD Jeffy that says, "Today I learned Culex is a genus of mosquito.
Yes.
We need to swat that mosquito in its fully 3D glory in SMRPG. Let's make it happen." We got a $25 donation from Shaggy, one of our runners this week. No comment. Thank you very much, Shaggy.
You're running SMT5 tomorrow? It's either like really late tonight, early tomorrow. I don't remember the start time because, you know, schedule shift and all that.
It will be later tonight, early tomorrow morning, yes.
Both.
Yes to both, depending on where you are.
Yeah, so now we're just...
And we also...
Oh, sorry. I was just... Go ahead.
Oh, got one more here for you real quick. We got a $200 donation
Let's go.
from Lei Key that says, "Found these speedruns on YouTube algorithm and fell in love with the whole thing. I have thankfully never needed this kind of help, but I have friends who have needed it. Keep it being awesome and remember to hit the weak spot for massive damage." And all 3 of those donations went to the QLEX incentive for Super Mario RPG, which we are now about halfway to that incentive. So let's keep them going.
Yep. Welcome to Card Ray, guys. Final dungeon. Casually, if you have to fight in a random encounter, this place is going to take a really long time. Thankfully, we don't have to.
This place has a really cool theme, even if it is maybe a little saturated with Sakuraba's just love for synth.
Oh yeah, it's a Sakuraba moment, alright. So
Yes.
class up for Shella. Obviously, you could see the power spike of Kalas when he got his class up. Shella has the benefit of having a much better deck than Kalas, simply because we get more Magnus.
And Magnus with more numbers too.
Oh yeah. The problem with the next bosses is that they all fully resist one element. So the next one, for example, fully resists lights and they fully weak to dark, so 100%. So I need to remove quite a few light cards on Shella. Okay.
I just noticed that Tech added shampoo to the layout.
Nice.
Yeah. Like if we're gonna
Shout
go
outs to
all in,
Tech.
if we're gonna go in on a meme, we go all in.
I guess I'm going to play like that. Oh wait, I can do this instead. Yes. Okay. Did I forget anything? I don't think I did. Let's just go. I forgot to remove cameras. Okay, just don't use cameras. Don't use cameras. Don't use cameras.
Unless one has a 9.
Even if it has 9, I'm just going to feel sad. 5, 6, 7, 8. Fortunate. Yeah, I was too slow on that. Too slow to make a decision.
So would it just take too long to get Givari's in? And just spam
yes.
6s? Gotcha.
Five, 6, 7. Yeah, no 9, no 8s. Other than my 9. Still, that should be good damage. Good 3,000.
Called it.
I know my damage at this point. I quite want to use that Saga sword, but that's fine. The thing with this guy,
Bacon at him.
yeah, it's good damage. The thing with this guy is that when they get low on HP, they are going to fully heal. Well, get a massive heal. So I want to try and avoid that. And that should do. Okay, maybe not. There is a bunch of contradiction. Still,
That's still a lot. Yeah, you just see the sheer power that you get from massive combos. Even with all the conflicting elements, he did more damage from that one attack than he's done at any other point.
that might kill. No, don't skip the heal. Unfortunate. Must have been really low. Yeah. Oh, I'm missing a 7. I miscounted.
魔術時の呼び鈴
That should kill. There you go.
Nice.
Okay, I got the dupe. That's good. So this guy drops Wheel of Light, which is Shella's best finisher. And I just duped it, because why not?
I'll just overload the deck with all the best cards.
Yep, that's the point.
It's the secret to winning in any card game. Just get the most good cards. I don't know what all these Magic players are complaining about.
Alright, so this one is going to be weak to Chrono, resistant to Chrono, so I need to get rid of all of that, unfortunately. No, don't remove that. That'd be a shame. Sure, go ahead. Got room for more cards, but I don't have more cards to put in. Kinda sad. Let's go. Let's not go. Sorry, Gaibari. With your 27 HP. Also, he can paralyze, so giving him the paralyze protection item. Alright, that's going to be the exact same boss, except he deals chrono damage. What a terrible hand. Just drop that. I wasn't trying to deal damage here, just trying to get rid of my card to just get a clean deck, clean hand.
The 3 fire, 3 water just effectively hindered that attack.
Okay, I've got my 1, I've got a 2, I've got a 3. Attack Kalas, please, thank you. I'll have a 4. Let's get that. Let's go Gibari. 2, no 3. It wasn't the corner, it was hard to tell which one I should have gone for. I need a 1, I've got a 1, where's a 2? I've got no 2. Kind of sad.
Yeah, just struggling to get 1s and 9s when you want them.
I mean, the thing is, I don't have enough cards in my hand that can be used in attack. There we go, that's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got no 5, but I'll probably solve that eventually.
There you go.
That's
Nice.
going to be big damage right there. Like probably 7,000? I don't know. Not quite. I think that's because the finisher was Chrono.
Doesn't help when you had a fire and 3 waters too, but that shouldn't do too much at that point. Ah, man.
So the heal comes out. And now we try to do something with whatever is left. Probably should kill Kalas. Good top deck. It's 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, no 7. So yeah, this boss fight didn't really go well, but that's you cannot expect to get a good boss fight on every one of them. Kind of hard to get lucky like that. Okay. Alright, that's 2 down, 3 more to go. And while we go for the next boss, Spirit, if you've got something you want to mention, you've got about 2-3 minutes.
You know, I don't have any more donations for you, but one thing I did want to do is shout out some of the people that are helping us bring this event to you. And more specifically, I'm talking about the foreign language restreams. We have 2 of them helping us out. One, the Japanese restream, which you can find at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream, and our French restream,
Ooh.
which I think Legrand knows a little bit about.
Oh yeah. Good friends over there.
Oh yeah, they are always amazing, and I love them. And they can be found at twitch.tv/LesFrenchRestream. Hopefully these restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon if English is not your primary language.
Now, I had a couple of restream commentators reach out to me in a couple of different Discords that I was in, and I just think that that's kind of something really nice, because restreams are kind of I would say almost like a thankless job, because your job is really to go and rebroadcast a game that somebody else is doing for a new audience, and it's like you're not really the focus, but you are doing some very good work. So we really appreciate you, restreamers, restream commentators. So it's a lot that helps expand speedrunning on the whole, and marathons.
So this guy resists water, which is unfortunate because I've got a lot of water. That finisher can go in instead of that, sure. Okay. Oh wait, Barry's equipment can change too. Go back to the better offensive one. So this guy, yeah, resists water, and you could see how many water I removed from Shella. That's a shitty hand again. That's kind of the problems of Chrono and light bosses, is because I've got so many. Hold on. I've got so many water cards and Chrono cards on Shella that like not being able to use them feels kind of bad. Move that, sure. 1, 2, 3. I've got no 4. Let's give Gary's having fun.
Mark always having fun. He just goes up there and he spins, and it does a lot of damage. I guess not so much at this point, but it was doing. He's already put in his work.
Ah! Oh, wrong finisher. That was my 7. Didn't have the time to actually figure out where the other ones were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I have to be careful with that 5 though, because it's a yell. I do need to heal Shella eventually as well, which is really low. Ah. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ah, no 1. Ah, too bad.
That's something they let you do in Origins. Throw away more of your cards. It's kind of a huge, like, turns in this game are a huge deal, so even being able to do something like that really could be difficult in this one.
Nothing in the hand. 8, 7, think for 6, 5, 4, 3. Ah! Too slow. Okay, so yeah, it has a problem with 200%. Sometimes you see the inputs, but it's just too hard to execute. Okay.
Nice. Alrighty.
It's some good combos. Not always the best ones, but good enough. So you can probably see why, as a safety, I usually fight the final boss at 100% speed. But I won't be able to do that on this run because you, the guys, donated for me to not have as much fun as usual.
It's for a good cause.
Yeah, I might die a few times. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So this guy is going to resist fire, and we are getting the best fire battle for Gibari right before it. It's great. Fire goes out. And we can get water back in. All of it.
All of the water.
And remove all the garbage level 2s that we got. There we go. That's mostly it. And I guess you can do that too. So I did say that we would burn through all of the shish kebab. It's basically at this point.
Yeah, we don't really have access to the inmost Bethel again, so...
Yeah, terrible starting hand again. Good job, Shella. I had something. I messed it up. It's fine. I really want to start that card, please. I guess I'll start with an 8. Spin to win. 8, 7. I dropped my 6. Good job.
Yeah, you only have 3 seconds to pick a starting card. Sometimes it's just like you take the first number you get only to realize that was your only card of another number.
Yeah, pretty much. I saw the 4 and it wasn't the correct color. Ah! No 3! Really? Stop doing that to me. I need to run this. I've got no 2.
God. At this point, Gibari's consistency is just kind of a pleasant sight.
I've had too many finishers on Shella. That's a problem. I've got 5 of them. That's a little bit too much. 8, 7, 6, no 5. There's a 5. Tad bit too late. 7, 7, 6. It does help to have Gibari being able to output constant damage like that. I've seen it in splits. It doesn't feel like it when you're doing runs. What I was trying to do there. Okay, I've got 9. 7.
そうだよ時を乱す咎人の無情
This section is so hard, but it's also so cool at the same time to execute. Okay, one last sibling god. And then we'll be able to fight and go and fight Malpartia. Just contemplating going to the inn and rest. Good. Going to church. It's not that. I'll do one last trip after the last sibling god. Sorry about that. And so this final one is weak to is resistant to wind. Thankfully, I don't have that many on me. Goes in. Is it wind? Okay. And Esperanza.
I like how there's the little sound motif in this final dungeon theme, like taken from the battle theme.
Wait, do I still have? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I still have 3 for the final boss. That should be enough. If it's not enough, well, I'll go take a rest. Freaking voices. Ah, it's a misinput. That's so sad. That was it. That was going to be a big damage. Too. So a bit too many finishers on my hand. Those 3.
Okay, nice.
Chrono finisher on the boss that's weak to Chrono. He's going to take like 7,000 this time for sure. Some really good cards too. 6,000. Very good. Just pray that I keep on getting the same card. Wait, I wanted to use the finisher. Oops. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No! So they can use ORs too. That was painful. That was a kill otherwise. When enemies use auras, they also completely cancel your combo bonus, which was extremely sad. 7, 6. It's not a 6. It's fine. Okay, we're done with these guys. I'm feeling really good with my deck though, that's a good thing. Especially on Kalas. In Shella, I'm not sure yet. But well, I'll be able to tinker it more now that I can... I'm not limited to 5 elements instead of 6. But I don't really want to use Dark Element. I can still have it in my deck, that's gonna be fine, because the final boss is obviously resistant to Dark.
So yeah, we're coming up on the final boss. Well, we call it the final boss. There is technically a post-credits boss that's not really that serious, but time is after that, I believe, correct?
It's going to be after the very, very final boss.
Yep.
So Shella can go ahead and move those.
This is an area where cutscene skipping really helps, because the ending scenes of this game are very long.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay. Let's go.
All right, it is literally time to kill a god.
Attack it, names from God. The lens here. This is basically the same fight as on Algorab. Except this time I'm stronger. Okay. That's fine with me. Let's put it at 6. It's fine. Couldn't find a 4.
被写体に問題ありだろう。そうだよ。
So now you're seeing why setting him to 200% for the final boss is kind of difficult.
The thing that I'm gonna do before the final boss is I'm going to do a hard reset to just reset Shella's glitchy animation. Because right now she's just using the yellow animation and that just destroying me. That's why I cannot do any combos with her. It's too fast. See, like I had a better combo. It's fine.
我風をまといて
This boss is not really too scary though.
危険風神
It's mostly getting through the health bar. I saw 8. Decided to go for it. Too late.
被写体に問題ありだろう。そうだよ。
Okay. Now we are going to have the explanation as to why Melodia is so hardly trying to revive Malplatio. It's because she died as a kid. Well, as a kid. As a teenager.
She's like 9. No, she's young. I think she's canonically like 15 or something, and these events happened like 9 years before. So yeah, she's very young.
Mm-hmm. And so the thing is, she died, and the Duke Malborn, his father, knows a way to actually revive people, and it's by calling on the dark power of Malplatio. So he managed to revive her, but at the cost of her sanity, kind of, because now she's kind of infused with the power of Malplatio.
Yeah, I heard the white hair thing is actually not natural. I believe her natural color is blue.
Yep.
Which there is some hinted meaning at that when you get to Origins, and kind of there's some things that they lead into that, but they've never been officially confirmed. This is one of those Final Fantasy VIII type games where there's a lot of things that people say these are probably true, but we don't know for sure because they never officially confirmed them.
Okay, I'm just going to hard reset just to make sure that I can actually input combos with Shala, because right now I can only do it with Kalath at 200% speed.
Look, we got enough time to go through a full clan ad route.
We got a time for a donation.
Yes, that we do have time for.
About a minute.
Awesome. Now I'll read a couple here for you. We got $10 from Thedra that says, thank you, the entire RPG Limit Break team, runners, supporters, and viewers for making such an amazing event so far. Heart. And then we got a $50 donation from a Lone Weasel. Said, high spirits hosting during an LGG run with Kumo on the couch? Fine, take my money. Sad I couldn't be there in person this year, but having a great time watching y'all. Now, I would like to point out that there is also one more unsung hero on the in front of the camera there that we need to give a shout out to, and that is our best friend Shampoo. For a little bit shy, but usually shines through at the end.
Yes.
Only takes 2 weeks for him to shine, though. So time for the final boss. I'm gonna really need to focus here, because this guy packs a punch. Okay, terrible hand.
ウィンドブロークロノスブロー我は命ずる水よ正常を示せ魔術水の封印
By the way, chat, when I check the VOD out for this run, I want to see all your jam emotes right now.
Auras are nice and fun and balanced.
They are what allow us to not die instantly, so...
Jerk!
Yeah.
I've got no 3. That doesn't help. Please already bar next time instead.
クロノスブローアクアバーストライトフレアクロノスブローダークフレア
I have to go for that.
集え光よ我が喜びの神門となれ魔術光
Also, that's a Sakuraba moment right there. No!
Oh no.
Oops.
Thankfully, it's a Switch. That's not the worst.
It's okay. I'm doing an LGG moment right there. We can talk about that later. But I did that in a marathon, but with a GameCube at some point. Shout out to Baten. Who was there? Oh shit. Trouble.
It's all good, man. We're almost at the end.
I mean, I think that's going to be a retry though. I'm seeing Sheila dead, and I should have revived her, but I didn't. I'm not getting any good combos. That is a problem. Inshallah is dead. had to unplug my controller, you know?
It's wireless.
Yeah,
It's
but
been
for a
charged.
bit, like I missed my combos for a bit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I get why you did it, and I don't mind you, but that killed my combo. I wasn't going to do much, but it was still a combo.
Oh, we both ruined everything.
All right, Shella, your turn.
させるかよさせるかよ
I need a number. I need help. Anything? She's dead.
My bad.
Ah, it's fine. It's not your fault, man. It's mine and mine alone.
メススパイラルゲール
This is looking like a retry. Unless I can pull something here. No, I don't have an 8. It's not gonna work out. I'm gonna try, but
そうだよ時の波紋よ我が剣を伝えて敵
don't ask me how Kellis managed to get 2 turns in a row. I don't know.
Speed is a weird stat in this game.
Oh wait, that's because Gibar is out. He's very much dead right now. Alright, it's time for a retry. It's kind of my fault, but also the boss trolled really hard. I'll do some changes though. I picked 2 up for this specific boss fight, and I forgot 2 equity. Okay, that looks much better. At the start.
No 4.
No, never mind.
ライトフレアダークフレア手加減してあげちゃおうかしら集え水よ我が
So yeah, we're going to be a little bit overestimated because of that death. It's fine.
水の封印
そうだよ
1, 2, 3. Got no 4. I've got no 2. 1, 2, 3. She might actually die because I don't have any defense. Okay, no, never mind. Just reload though.
被写体に問題ありだろう
That's not going to help me. Please stop attacking Shella. Just unlucky, man.
ウィンドブロー
でも使いな。
Yeah, at this point, unfortunately, healing is just so limited in what it can do. There's not a lot of healing cards in the deck either.
Yeah, just that I needed to get rid of some cards. Couldn't do much in the current situation. Yeah, no, she's dead. 9876 though.
ごめん
車体に問題ありだろ。
Not getting lucky either on the draws. Um,
遺言なら聞いてやるぜ。熱殺スパイラルゲーム。させるかよ。
almost that one up.
そうだよ。
Nice. Clutch top deck.
It's not over yet though. I think I'm only 3/4 and he has 200,000 HP. Um,
そうだよ。
200 or just 20?
200,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not the easy boss fight.
させるかよ。 行くぜ行くぜ行くぜ。 そうだよ。我風をまといて敵突き抜ける矢とならん。危険風神。
Yeah, now he gets to play twice in a row.
させるかよ。
A lot more than that. Skibari is out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I've got the perfect hand for Kalas. If I don't screw this up, which is possible.
こんなのは そうだよ。
He's weak to Kronos right now. That's a one attack. That could kill. Yes!
Woohoo! Oh.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, 100% would have been much easier than you die.
Yeah, seeing the card change there, I was just like, oh, that timing.
Yeah. Bafan coming in clutch. Shout out
Yes.
to Bafan.
So there's a lot of cutscenes here. I want to say without skips, it's like 20 minutes here, but since we can thankfully skip those, this ending scene is much quicker.
Yeah, it's only 5 minutes with the final boss. Hopefully, if things go right. Yeah. So that was not the true final boss. There is a story final boss. Let's just say that. We still have to go through it, and once we kill it, it's going to be time. But first, there's just a bunch of cutscenes.
Yep. So I guess this would be, the best time if you have any like end of run shout outs you want to do or anything like that.
So of course I shouted him out at the start of the run. I'll shout him out again right now. So that's Baten for giving me a copy of the game and pushing me to actually like start playing the game. And then I got into learning the game. I found it super fun. And so it's great that I can actually showcase it. It's all thanks to him. It would have been great to have him on couch, but he's on the French rostrum right now doing a perfect job. I'm sure of it. And ever since then, he's been very supportive when I started routing the game and all of it, and trying to do science and stuff. We've tried to exchange ideas and stuff to actually get the run going. So yeah, big shout outs to Baten. Also, big shout outs to Xcord, who also actually helped quite a bit for figuring out glitches and stuff.
Huge in Origins. He was the one who made that segmented speedrun I mentioned.
Yeah, he dabbled a bit in Xenoblade. Baten Kaitos, Force of Habit, trying to figure out glitches, and of course as well Ivan for his dedicated work to the game. We never really interacted, but shout outs to him. I'm really glad I got to showcase Baten Kaitos, especially with such a low estimate. Like back when I started running the game, I felt like I would never be able to reach sub 6, and now my PB is 439, which is absolutely incredible. So yeah, it's great. And if you ever feel like running the game, there's Discord for that, where like 4 or 5 people interacting. The run is super fun. It's super cool to actually get to learn it. And you can always like turn down the speed of the game if you feel like you just want to learn how things work, and go for higher speed if you want to get learning in the game. It's super cool. And yeah. Also shout out to GK for
thanks for having me.
yeah, being on commentary. It's great to have you. And I've been able to comment it on everything that has been happening, because like this game is so busy.
It is very busy, especially when you have all those fights that you're doing at higher speeds than they were ever meant for, but also even higher speeds than you really play them at sometimes.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, this whole thing is the sequence of all of the floating continents returning to what was once the ground. And then we just need to finish up and release the ocean.
And the thing is, Shah has been hiding that from us since the start, but she's actually, being the queen of Baten, the ocean is actually stored magically inside the queen of Baten every time, and in order to release it, you kind of need to sacrifice yourself to do that.
Of course, Callus, having character development, does not want that to happen, and so we're kind of having to find an alternative way around the. He's trying to find he ends up trying to find a alternative way around the ritual, basically. You know, make the happy ending.
Sadly, well, there's only one way. And so eventually on the ending cutscenes that we're probably not going to see because the time is running out. And we're also quite behind on schedule. You'll see that all the little Greythorn are going to merge into the whale, into Bob. With the ocean appearing. And it's a very endearing ending.
Yes, which alas, we sadly cannot sit here to watch the whole thing of, but I do encourage you to play this game. There's a lot of cool stuff with the story we didn't even get to. So there's a lot of really interesting and peculiar world building in the Baten Kaitos series. And even if you get this game, you also can get Origins, which has its own interesting ends with its story.
So interesting thing about the final boss, I'm back to 300% speed. That's because there's a specific way to finish the boss fight. You don't have to go through all of its HP. If you get a spirit finisher, the fight instantly, and you use it, the fight instantly ends. So that's why I'm at 300%. I'm just fishing for that. And also, funnily enough, the game is going to boost your affinity with Kalas to give you a lot more affinity by like, I don't know, hundreds or something. Yeah. So it's very likely to pop really quickly.
Yeah. So last we saw of Gelderblame, he was knocked into a pit of lava, but
Now that's him.
here he has returned to give us one final foe.
He can. His damage is only ever going to be like percentage of your max current HP, so the fight is not even scary on that matter. It's really just a story fight. Too bad. Alright, come on, Kalas. Come on, Bafan. And time is when the game fades to black, so it's going to be in a few seconds. And time!
That did not take 337 hours.
It did not.
But it felt like it's supposed to.
Hey, come on!
With some of that luck. Alrighty, thank you all so much for watching.
Yep, that was Baten Kaitos. I hope you enjoyed, and see you all around. And enjoy Xenosaga 2, that's next.
Thank you very much, legrandgrand, for that awesome run of Baten Kaitos 1 HD. We're going to send it over to some Twitch ads while we were working on the setup for the next run, and we will be back shortly. and welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2024. I am done for today. I am High Spirits, and I will be passing the hosting duties over to Ashen Prime, our glorious audio technician who helps make everything sound amazing here. But before we do that, we're going to have to restart the stream, so we will be back very briefly. Don't worry, and enjoy the rest of the event.